month, and there are so many advanced topics that are being discussed, and solutions being proposed are found, and ideas being shared across the accessibility professionals and are advocates who from all the domains across the world. So we also think that India also needs that push going forward. And obviously, since it is COVID-19, there is no physical event that could be arranged now. So anyway, it's virtual. So this community is going to be much broader across the globe, and we would like to see more of these events going forward. And so, what is the best day to start this community initiative rather than on GAT 2020? So that's why we started this first meetup here today. So we have around 4 to 5 presentations lined up for today's event, and obviously this event is live on YouTube, and you can also join via Zoom, and you can for each session you can also ask your questions answered with all of them will be answered at the end of the meeting. As much as possible, you can keep your questions for the end of the each session. But if it is really something that you cannot, so she will moderate the first session. Over to Shweta. Thank you, Shweta.
Hello, everyone. I'll be referencing a bit during the talk. So A11Y VR is another, and I look forward to sharing with you all today my topic, and also hopefully meeting some of you all more through. So our mission statement is contributing to a more accessible world, and we hope to do that through helping audit people. I wanted to highlight just some of the people that I work with, and this goes into this idea of this event is also being streamed to YouTube. So I wanted to highlight both for my ALI principles for social inclusion is, I think, doing a live stream like we're doing today for this event. Even if it's events, we take questions from people that are in our live audience, and then we also take questions from YouTube or today. Really important topic, and I think is very central to really like almost every event, but especially events that are held in real time. We work with this woman named Mirabai Knight for our events, and so this is the idea of having captions lets her in real time translate what's being spoken into text. And so again, this point I think is valid for events in virtual reality or events not in virtual reality. We always seek to have captions because, especially for people that are deaf or hard of hearing, this will allow those participants to participate in the meeting. And it also helps, I think captions help quite a lot of people. So there are people that it's difficult to pay attention or maybe catch everything that the speaker said. It could be people who English is a second language. For example, if I'm presenting in English and someone is not a native English speaker, it's easier to see the text transcript of what's being presented than to listen to the spoken speech all of the time. So these two things I think are really central to good social inclusion, and they definitely apply to VR, and I'll show you later in the presentation today how we do this inside of VR, but I think they also apply to events in the real world as well. So this is now, we're transitioning right into an example from virtual reality. So on this screen, I was showing one way that we can potentially provide captions, and there's some crazy chat being shown here on the screen, but basically on the screen we have multiple avatars, and typically in social virtual reality we use an avatar. We use some other character to represent us. And so in this particular world, this is showing that maybe not everyone wants to use their voice when they participate in social VR. So a lot of people may be speaking, but having a chat functionality or having the ability for people to type instead of speak is pretty essential to being inclusive, because not everyone can vocalize or produce speech. And so I would say currently, unfortunately, a lot of the social virtual reality platforms don't support a text chat feature. They kind of assume that people can use their voice and communicate inside of the environment. So that's also just a key thing to be looking for if you do host events inside of virtual reality. Depending on the platform, we should be asking, hey, do you have the ability to support text chat? And can people that can't use their voice participate through typing in text? And that connects in with the caption topic, because if someone was joining your event and was deaf, they would be needing to read the captions of the presentation and then asking their questions in the text chat. So those two ideas connect together. Another thing that's just very interesting, this is a screenshot from some research, but I like to explain this. Wendy Daniels at the Rochester Institute of Technology. She's a deaf professor that's doing a lot of research in VR. And one of her points of view is about sign language interpretation. So we talk a lot about captions because captions can benefit pretty much anyone that can, speak the language of the text that's being captioned. But for a lot of people, sign language, and especially for deaf people, sign language is the preferred mode of communication. And one of the things that is kind of cool in virtual reality is that you can avoid some of the common challenges that occur in the real world with sign language interpreters. So this screen that I'm showing is explaining that in virtual reality, we can actually host basically a hologram or a virtual representation of the sign language interpreter. And typically, like say you went to an event in the dark in the real world, and her example that she used to illustrate this was a planetarium. So you were looking at the stars in the sky and you're in this very dark room. If you're in a very dark room, it's very difficult then to see a person communicating with sign language. And so this is something that's going deaf in a lot of live event experiences. It's very hard to keep shifting your attention to a sign language interpreter that might be on your left, and then you have to twist to the right to actually see the presentation or something that's being discussed. And so that's an opportunity in these XR technologies to give this power to the user and let the user say, hey, I want my sign language interpreter to be right here. And maybe later in the presentation, with the technology, they can move the interpreter to a new location. All right, now I have a very short video. Hopefully this will come through, but this is basically when we talk about virtual reality, if we assume people are using a headset to view the information, then that means that people can look around in 360 degrees to look at information. And so there's this concept or this topic called 360 degree media. And Melina Molnay from IRT is a German researcher. This is just a short video to show a consideration for subtitles in 360 degree media. I'm gonna play this quickly. So for people that might not be able to see the screen, and also just for people that are seeing the screen and might not understand what's happening, we just need to see this kind of first 15 seconds to understand the technology. The idea is that in 360 degree media, you don't necessarily know which direction someone is going to be looking at, while they're watching the video. And so if someone is speaking and someone doesn't know where these captions are coming from, like maybe if you are able to hear, you can hear the audio and then you can see the person's mouth moving and say, oh, that person is speaking. This is sort of a simple solution, but a pretty cool solution for 360-degree media. This is like a transcript that's actually being displayed in German to say, hey, you need to look to the right because the sound of the person speaking that you're seeing in your headset is actually to your right. So when the person moves to the right, yeah, the arrow goes away. So like the idea is that the arrow is only used to tell you which way to turn so that you can see who is speaking. But I think this is also something not available right inside of social VR right now, but I wanted to show it because I think it's very important. Like most of the social VR experiences use audio, spatial audio to let you know where someone is when they're speaking. So you can hear someone, if you're able to hear, if someone's to the left of you, you'll hear them talking from your left side, just like they are in the, just like it would be if you were in the real world. But for someone that's deaf, to actually know that the person that's speaking is to their left or right, we're going to need to have this kind of functionality in our captions to add this pointer, for example, to tell someone to move their head in a certain direction. So that's kind of that concept. All right. Another concept that's very big in social VR, let me see if I can get this back to full screen. So there's this big pattern. So like in VR, not a lot of things have become patterns, but one of the patterns that I think exists is this idea that you can show someone that you like what they're saying by using an emoji or an emote. And so this screenshot is from Mozilla Hubs. This is actually showing someone clapping and saying that they, or actually this is someone raising their hand to say that they have a question. But there's other emotes for like clapping, laughing, crying, loving, being angry, being sad. So a lot of times visually, presenters in virtual reality will say, can everyone give me some claps if you agree, or like, you know, give me this emote if you don't agree. And so this is something, especially for people that are blind and low vision, these platforms need to have a way to provide that information, you know, through an alternative means. And also in a lot of these platforms, to even do these emotes, you have to have quite a bit of dexterity with your hands to be able to pull up the menus and control them. So that's another area to think about and consider. Audio descriptions. So this is another interesting piece. I will just link this because we are short on time, but the idea too that for people that are blind, that are taking in 360-degree media, social VR doesn't always use 360-degree media, but sometimes it does. This becomes important to think about. If you know what an audio description is, it's a way to describe the visual action that's happening on screen for someone that can't see the screen, or maybe someone that's not able to see the screen at the time that they're consuming the media. And so when you have 360 degrees, it gets more complicated because depending on which direction a person is looking at a specific timestamp, you need an audio description. You know, you might need 2, you might need 4 audio descriptions. And so we've done some research at Equal Entry on this topic, and I'll share out a link about the research that we've done. But just as a simple example, this is from Van Gogh's The Starry Night, a 360-degree media presentation. Depending on which way you're looking, in one view, you see like a yellow house, you know, that you can actually walk through the doorway. In another view, you actually see a series of houses, but you're not actually facing the house that you would walk through or enter. Another topic very near and dear to my heart for social VR is the idea of creating that avatar for yourself. And so on the screen, I have examples of Mozilla Hubs avatars. Just to pick a few of the ones that are shown on the screen, you could choose to be a panda. You could choose to use a camouflage avatar. You could choose to be a yellow duck. So a lot of these avatars people use in virtual reality look nothing like they do in the real world. But that being said, other platforms, or a lot of platforms, it is about trying to create an avatar that looks exactly like you do in the real world. And so for people with disabilities, this is frustrating that most social VR platforms don't have the ability to represent things like maybe using crutches or using a wheelchair in the environment. And so this is a quote, though, about one of the first virtual reality environments, Second Life. Judy Brewer said, when I first came into Second Life, I found I had acquired some new abilities. I could walk. I can't walk in real life. I could fly. I could even teleport. I felt more comfortable seated, and so I got a Segway scooter to move around in the world. And so for Judy Brewer, who is in charge of the W3C, works on all of these different standards for accessibility, she uses a scooter in the real world. And so if she's in a virtual world, she wants to be able to look like she does in the real world, in the virtual world. So currently, in this example I was showing from Hubs, there's not an ability to choose an avatar that lets you appear in a wheelchair or a Segway, for example. So this is important for inclusion in virtual reality. It's like we don't need to force anyone to represent themselves exactly how they look in the real world. But when people want to represent how they look in the real world, we should have those options available so that they can do that. And so this is to highlight a couple examples. Xbox actually has added wheelchair scenarios, seated wheelchair avatars to their list. So I highlight Xbox as being one of the social platforms that has added the wheelchair use case. And then on the right here, this is a screenshot from Second Life, and Second Life has all kinds of different modifications. So Second Life had support for being amputee, using crutches, using all different types of wheelchairs or scooters. And so I think ideally in social VR, we want to give people as many options as possible. This was interesting, so I'm just kind of moving here to stay on time. In Second Life, for people that were blind, they actually built the idea of having avatars that had seeing eye dogs. And so on the screen, I'm showing two avatars. Actually, there's three avatars holding German Shepherds on a harness. So these are guide dogs. And in Second Life, people that were using these guide dogs, the guide dogs were actually programmed to help you navigate around in Second Life. So in addition to like looking cool and being able to represent like, hey, I might use a guide dog in the real life, I want to have my guide dog also in virtual reality. In Second Life, the guide dogs actually could help move the avatars to different locations and different spaces inside of virtual reality. All right, and I want to stay on time here. So I'm going to end with, two things. One, just a reminder that you can connect with me at Tech Thomas, and you can also connect with my meetup at ALI VR. I want to show you just quickly what the meetup looks like because it's helpful, I think, to illustrate a real world example of social VR. So this is actually a hyperlink that will also be shared with you all if you sign up for emails from helloA11Y. But this is the virtual reality environment to join my my meetup that happens. And so this is Mozilla Hubs. What I love about Hubs is it doesn't require you to have a headset. You don't have to have like say an Oculus Quest or an HTC Vive. You can use your laptop or a mobile device. And when I click here to enter the room and then enter on screen, I basically can now start moving around inside of this room and interacting with people. So I have myself muted, But when we host our events, like I can see right now, there's 45 people on this Zoom. In hubs, you can usually get about 25 people, but 25 of us could be walking around inside of this world, and you can actually walk up to someone virtually that's at the meeting and say, hey, nice to meet you, you know, what do you do? And so that's something I think really cool to add into social VR, is that it does let us maybe connect more with these avatars. This is to show that you basically can watch a presentation inside of VR. And Hubs has this feature to actually focus the presentation. So they've added this functionality that, you know, if there's a lot of people in the room, it might be hard to see the screen. So they added this feature where you can actually see the slides without seeing other people in the room. And I think that's a really good design pattern for social inclusion as well, that some platforms have this, some don't. And the ones that don't have it, what ends up happening is, I can't really show you this very well, but my avatar does take up physical space the same way in the real world. So in a lot of platforms, it's easy to be blocking someone's view and making it hard for them to see the presentation. I guess sort of like if you go to a concert and someone's really tall and standing in front of you, that they're going to block your view. That can happen inside of social VR. So having a feature that lets you zoom or magnify the screen is really important. And the last point I wanted to show you all is this is sort of the idea that stream text is a piece of software we use with a stenographer to have real-time text. This is just a demo one. But imagine that someone can actually be plugged into this software and typing what I'm saying right now. So if this was plugged in, I'd say, please type what I say right now. And on the screen, the text would say, please type what I say right now. Well, in virtual reality, at least in Mozilla Hubs, you can actually bring that text into the room. And what we do is we end up sizing it to be about 3 lines of text. And then inside the room, while we're presenting, we have the text transcription of the person presenting. So it's really cool. And I really highlight Mozilla Hubs as being something very good for social VR inclusion, because the fact that you can bring in text transcription of a presentation is great. There's so many platforms that you can't do that. To finish off, this is the link to my meetup, meetup.com/A11Y VR. And this is our little mascot called Nomo. It's based out of Tokyo, Japan. But as I mentioned, we do events that are in different time zones. So we'll do one time zone that works better for America and one time zone that works better for Europe. And then we also have a YouTube channel. And so if you search A11Y VR on YouTube, the same way that this event's being streamed, we have all of the events that we do streamed onto YouTube. And that would let you see that, like, for example, this is me presenting in a camouflage avatar, and I have the text transcription of what I'm saying being displayed while I'm presenting. So I just encourage you guys to look at that. And I know I'm close to time here, but I'll take a few questions if we do have time. And thank you for your attention today.
Thank you, Logan. Thank you, Logan. Uh, so I'm just waiting for yeah. So there isn't one question.
Mhm.
So anything accessibility for voice like Amazon Alexa or Google Home. Do we have any such
Mm.
features?
That's definitely a good question. It's kind of like, you know, when you use a certain platform, voice might not be supported. So you have on the iPhone and Android, you now have voice access and voice control those assistive technologies, those may or may not interact with these social VR. I can tell you, unfortunately, in something like Oculus Quest, they don't have voice control inside of the headset for an interface like Mozilla Hubs or AltSpace. I really think they should. So I like the question, and I definitely, that's something I'm trying to influence the manufacturers of these headsets to say, like, if someone can't use the hand controllers, they should be able to do everything via voice. But yeah, right now I'd say that no, that's not very available.
I hope you have got the question your answer, Venkat. So I have Raghava. He wants to convey his regards to you. So Raghava, it's over to you.
Hi, Thomas. Good evening. Sorry I'm
Hi.
late. Thank you for doing this. It's
Yeah.
it's good and very honored. I hope the timing is suiting you, the 5:30.
Yeah, no, this was great. And I mean, I definitely appreciate, I mentioned at the start, but this will be now my second presentation in India, because I did come to New Delhi once and do a presentation. But yeah, I was really happy to get this opportunity. And definitely, I know we're close to the end of time here, but if anyone wants to reach out to me, I'll put my email address into the chat as well. But I definitely appreciate the opportunity, and it's great that you guys are launching this new meetup.
Yeah, Thomas, Satish here. Yeah, thank you so much for this wonderful presentation, because the one that really inspired me, or I can say caught my attention, was the 360-degree. That is really amazing. The technology is taking accessibility much forward, or at least the innovative thoughts are at least there. So we are like really excited to see these technologies and innovations that are coming into accessibility field, and that is really good. Like the one you talked about, the sign language interpretation and all that. So
great.
The other cool thing that you talked about is the avatar going to another avatar and saying a hi during a meetup. So that was really cool. Actually, that was really cool. And if we get those things in real time, I mean real world, I mean in the online world, obviously it is going to be a different experience altogether, and we hope to see all these innovations come true.
Absolutely. And I mean, I would encourage any of you all that want to join, like our next meetup, it'll actually be in about 8 hours from now or 9 hours from now. But we have multiple coming up, and anyone can join the VR meetup that we host, because like I said, you don't have to have a headset. You can join from a laptop. And we've been happy that, again, to plug Mozilla Hubs, we've tested with people that use screen readers. We've tested with people that are deaf that use the captions. We've tested with people that are low vision, and we're trying to collect feedback from every meetup. But Mozilla has been great about actually fixing the requests that we have. So that's what we want for other social VR platforms, like make sure that people with disabilities' voice is heard, and that they hear that, hey, people want to be using this technology. And right now, I think a lot of the platforms leave people behind. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Logan. It was nice presentation, and we have really got a better idea and the work you are doing. So we'll definitely be in touch, and I have shared the link
Thank you.
with all the attendees to follow him. Guys, you can have a look. He'll be sharing. Thank you for your time. It was
Thank you.
pleasant talking to you. Thank you so
Happy
much.
Global Accessibility Awareness Day, everyone. Bye.
Thank you. Wish you the same.
Yeah, thanks.
So, hey guys, we'll be having another. Uh, s- uh, so there is another speaker who have joined us. So we will be starting at 6:15. So you guys can have a 2-minute break and rejoin us. Then we'll start with the introduction of our speaker. Hello, everyone. Welcome back. So, we will start with Dennis, who is our next speaker. So, he is a senior consultant at DQ System. He has also worked with PayPal, and he has a great expertise into the field of accessibility. He will be talking to us with the screen reader accessibility, as well as how SVGs we can create accessible SVGs icons. So, hi Dennis, over to you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate you having me. You can hear me all right?
Yes,
Okay, great. I'll share my screen. Sorry, I'm not going to have the video, but I will share my screen.
it's okay.
Okay. Okay, so can you see my screen?
Yes.
Excellent. Okay, good. So, good evening, everybody. It's morning for me, but happy Global Accessibility Awareness Day. I've only done this talk, I think maybe once before, but it was a little while back. I've done more testing and updated the slides, so we have some fresh data. But I'll be talking about SVG icons for content, links, and buttons, and how accessible they are or can be or cannot be for screen readers. So again, my name is Dennis Lembre, at Dennis L on Twitter, very active on Twitter if you don't know me. And go ahead, feel free if you're on Twitter to maybe tweet something about this presentation. I will be, as soon as I'm done speaking, I will be tweeting a link to this PowerPoint. So I'll give myself a little introduction, talk about the basics of SVG and SVG support, go over quickly a few different methods for embedding SVG images on the web. Talk about the screen reader test page that I maintain, and then we'll go over a summary or some recommendations, what I found, and then some thoughts about the code moving forward, and any questions if time allows. And on the screen is that agenda and a link to the PowerPoint, which will also be at the end of the deck. It's bit.ly/3, the number 3, lowercase d, lowercase q, uppercase G, uppercase G, uppercase G, lowercase r. Okay, So yeah, again, I'm a senior accessibility consultant at DQ Systems. Been there like 4.5 years. I was formerly on the eBay and PayPal accessibility teams. Yeah, and I'm an author of Easy Chirp, a web accessible third-party Twitter app, and WebAx, longstanding blog and formerly podcast on web accessibility. I've been tinkering on the web for a long time, showing my age, since about 1996. I have 4 cats who I adore. So SVG, it stands for Scalable Vector Graphics. It's actually a pretty old specification from the W3C. It's been around since 2001, and there's a second edition from 2011. So in the tech world, it's pretty old. So it has been around for a while. It's only caught on the last few years, really. And why does people start using SVG so much? The developers and designers. Well, there's several reasons. Small file sizes, because SVG really is just text, and SGB file is it's text, so it's small sizes and compresses well. And also SVG files scale. It's vector, you can say it's not a rasterized image, so it can scale small, large, and not lose clarity. And it's arguably better for icons than using like font icons. There's a lot talked about there, but we we won't go into it. And also with SVG, inline SVG, it's possible to modify the design of it with JavaScript and CSS. So like the background and foreground of the SVG and motion and stuff, you can accomplish that actually if you're using inline SVGs. Yeah, and with font icons, it's very limited what you could do there. And SVG is just well supported. And now I'm showing the from caniuse.com a recent screenshot of the SVG support, the big chart with all the major browsers showing totally green across the board for SVG support. IE11, there's a couple quirks, but overall it's really good. Now there is another quirk that I just wanted to bring up. So I really wish this worked, but some browsers do not support referencing external files using the use element. So yeah, so most of the time you have to put the SVG content like inline on your HTML page. So browsers such as IE9 through Edge 12, Safari 5 and 6, and UC browser 11, those do not support this code technique. So you can't cache like SVG files and then put SVG inline on the page. Instead, like I said, the code must be rendered on each HTML page, and that obviously bloats the page, can cause maintainability issues. And you can actually, there are polyfills out there like SVG for everybody that will fix this, and that's great. But it does, remember, it requires JavaScript in it, so you're adding more weight and complexity to the page. So what I mean is, here's some code of some SVG, like an inline SVG element on an HTML page, and if you point to the actual source of the SVG using an external file and then a hash, like that doesn't work on these browsers that I mentioned. So you have to put the SVG inline on the page and then reference certain objects, and that is fully supported. All right, let's talk about some different ways to embed SVG on an HTML page. The first one is inline. So this is used quite often, just the SVG tag, title, maybe, and then your SVG elements. You could put a whole bunch of code in there. This is, most of the examples here are just simple rectangles and stuff. But so you could put just straight on your HTML web page and it renders whatever you're defining. In this case, a red square. An image element, and this is also fairly common, and we'll see, this is probably the most robust way to do it still to this today. But yeah, just using the basic HTML image elements, and as your source, you're just pointing to an SVG file. But as I mentioned before, though, you can't modify the SVG though with JavaScript and CSS using this method. That's the only drawback that I could see. And we might find out later if there's any attributes needed here to make this fully accessible. Okay, so like I mentioned, the disadvantage of using this SVG in an image element is that JavaScript and CSS cannot be applied to the contents to animate or change the design. But there's lots of advantages, and that's the HTML file size will be smaller because you're not like embedding a whole bunch of SVG on the page, and that as the image can be cached by the browser. And if you're using that SVG element in multiple places, you're only using that one file, so it makes maintenance and your page weight much better. Just doing a quick time check, we're doing fine. Okay, you could also embed an SVG on a web page with a background image in CSS, using the CSS background. And that seems to work pretty well. There's not a whole lot to say about accessibility for that. You would use the same techniques that you would for any kind of background image. So if it's decorative, you're done. You don't need to do anything. But if it has content, if it represents content, then obviously you need to put some kind of alternative text on the page, and that's probably not the best way to go. You probably want to put that content on the page in a different way anyway, but you can do it. All right, other ways to embed SVG. And these methods are not used often. They're not good for accessibility, and they're outdated, and I do not recommend embedding SVG in these ways at all. And the methods I'm talking about are object, iframe, and the embed elements. So yeah, these aren't used too much anymore. They're outdated. They're poorly supported by assistive technologies. So here's some code examples of how you would do that, but don't do that. Okay, so here we're back to the inline example of the SVG element. In HTML, you got your SVG parent tag with the version, and then within that, your title, maybe a description, and then you've got your actual SVG rendering information. And you know, this is just a super simple like example. And you know, the title would represent the accessible name, the label of that element. Um, and this description gives like a description of it, um, which really serves the purpose of most SVGs currently. Unfortunately, even though this is the spec and the spec is super old and browsers, you know, support the rendering of the SVG really well, it's not accessible, unfortunately, which is where ARIA comes in. So I'm ARIA is accessible rich internet applications. Is a specification from the W3C. It's just a huge set of growing large set of attributes to improve semantics and make things more accessible for, on the web. So yeah, so unfortunately, this basic SVG stuff is not supported. So yeah, almost 3 years ago, I was taking a look at this and I thought it would be a good idea to do some testing and different methods of putting the SVG on a page and using it for either content or a button or a link. You know, an SVG is very often used as for link or button contents and icons. So I went ahead and made a test page and have added more and more to it over the last few years. As I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation, I did update it recently, last weekend. Mostly the, let's see, with the latest Chrome, Firefox, JAWS 2019, and the latest NVDA. I did not get to voiceover, so that needs some updating, and narrator definitely needs updating. The narrator version is pretty old, so anything I say about narrator just is is outdated, frankly. So I'll need to update that. When I first tested narrator, it was pretty poor accessibility. So I will get to testing that sooner than later, and we'll see how much it's improved. So what's not on the test page is SVG with more than title and description text. So only SVGs with some ARIA title description elements, but no text elements. SVG is background images, objects, iframes, and embeds. Background images, as I mentioned, just treat as any kind of background image when assessing accessibility. Objects, iframes, and embed are outdated. And there is no testing with Dragon Naturally Speaking done. So we'll take a look at the test page in a second. I wanted to note though, just the latest WebAIM screen reader survey results from last September. And yeah, I take a look at this, you know, to kind of prioritize my testing. So the reason why I tested what I did last weekend was because of this list, pretty much. So the top 4 pairings of screen reader and browser that were reported in the survey were JAWS and Chrome at 21%, NVDA and Firefox at almost 20%, NVDA and Chrome 18%, pretty tight. And JAWS with Internet Explorer comes in 4th at 11.5%. Those are the tests that I have updated and concentrate on. I also added JAWS with Firefox, mostly because it was easy to do, but also because it's still almost 6% of users in the survey reported that they use JAWS with Firefox. And then VoiceOver with Safari was 9.1%. Okay, yeah, so again, this is what I updated: NVDA 2020 with Firefox 76, NVDA 2020 Chrome 81, JAWS 2019 in Firefox 76, JAWS 2019 in Chrome 81. So I have not tested anything with JAWS 2020. I'm sure I will in the future, but I'm also pretty sure that the results will be pretty much the same as 2019. I mean, I can't say for sure, but that's my best guess. And the support by JAWS is pretty good. Really good, actually. Couple notes that Firefox, if you look at the results, seems to be kind of disappointing. The results haven't improved over the last few years. And as I mentioned, I need to update the narrator testing. I only did one old version of that, and I need to update VoiceOver, both on OS X and iOS. Latest results of VoiceOver was pretty good, though. Okay, so here is a screenshot of part of the test page. You know, I didn't even note how many tests there are. There are maybe a dozen or so tests. And you can find that web page at bit.ly/SVGSR, all lowercase. So bit.ly/SVGSR. The full URL is weboverhauls.github.io/demos/SVG. So that's one of my brands, Web Overhauls. That's so that used to be my freelance company. So if you see Easy Chirp or WebAx or Web Overhaul somewhere, that's me. So again, weboverhauls.github.io/demos/SVG or bit.ly/SVGSR. So let's flip on over there. Somebody asked, does NVDA and IE combination work? No, I don't believe so, and I didn't do any testing on that. If anybody else wants to comment there, that'd be great. So here's the test page. I mean, it's nothing fancy, but it has some great information. There's a few jump to links to the content section, the links section, and the buttons section. A few notes, some summary bullet points, which we'll go over, and a few related articles. And a few of those, the best ones, I did include at the end of my deck, which I will tweet out at the very end of this presentation. Okay, so let's scroll down to the first section is content, and for each testing section, there's a heading that describes the method used, and then there's the actual testing SVG element, the actual piece that I test. Right after that is the code that I used for that test, so the same exact code that's being used in this test to render these squares and buttons and stuff. The success criteria, just to give an idea of what I expected to hear for the most part when testing to determine if it's a pass or a fail. The test results. So a big chart, a big data table. Used to be not so big, but I've actually deleted a really old version of NVDA. once I tack on some more results, I might hide or delete some more. I'm not sure yet. But if you have a smaller screen, just know that it will shrink down, and you can still horizontally scroll it, even using the keyboard. Okay. And then at the bottom, there'll be maybe a few notes. The notes I tried to make consistent, might not be totally consistent, but they give some good insight there. So that's the pattern for all the tests. So the first test is this content meaning it's just a flat piece of content. It's not a link or a button or anything. Inline, meaning this is just inline SVG. It's not using an image or anything. It has a title element, and there's no ARIA used. So this is a really basic, stripped down, super fundamental SVG element on a web page. It's just content, inline SVG, using the title element within the SVG, and there's no ARIA or anything. So the success criteria, screen reader outputs red square or something similar, because in the title it says red square. So very simple, stripped down, basic stuff, but unfortunately, the data table shows that the support isn't that good. It's not terrible. Yeah, so Firefox, though, you can see is pretty bad. It fails all the tests with NVDA, and it failed the test with JAWS 2019. But with Chrome passed the test with NVDA, and it passed the test with JAWS. So that kind of speaks for itself right there. Older Macs failed, but the newer Mac OS X, the newer versions passed. And again, the very latest isn't shown here. The older and the newer iOS failed, but again, I need to test the very latest. TalkBack actually passed on Android 7 and Android 9 passed, and whoa, Narrator actually passed this one. So that's the pattern for all these tests, and we'll just kind of sift through the rest, and then we'll go back to the deck. So yeah, the next version kind of like adds ARIA, right? So the next version we're adding, well, instead of the title, we're using ARIA. Actually, I think that there's a minor mistake in there. But like this version uses role of image and ARIA label, and you throwing in that ARIA, the support has greatly jumped. So now it is working in NVDA and Firefox. Let's see. And most of the results are the same for the rest. But that did fix, looks like, the NVDA and Firefox version. Okay, so then this version, this test case, I'm doing the same thing, but I'm using ARIA labeled by instead of ARIA label. Then yada, 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 we're testing the description. And then we're testing content with just the image element. So this is just content, again, not a button or a link, but we are using the image element in an alt attribute. So that works really well. VoiceOver failed, the older OS X failed, but if you add role IMG, if you add the image role, it's redundant, but I highly recommend just throwing that in there, and now it passes every single test. So again, the image elements with pointing to the SVG, role equals image will pass everything. Yes, I almost took out this test case, but here, this test case, we're just hiding the SVG with ARIA hidden, and then we're just throwing in some inline text instead that passes everywhere. Okay, then there's a whole section with links. So I do a similar thing with the links and buttons. So this is an anchor wrapped around an SVG that has a title element. And I just put an anchor around it. And so similar to the very first test, but it has a link, an anchor wrapped around the SVG. So the test results are a little bit better. Still failed in Firefox and NVDA. But if you throw in some ARIA, so now I've added a role equals image and ARIA labeled by, and then, yeah, this one has no ARIA. And then this one, we threw in some ARIA, role equals image and ARIA labeled by on the SVG, and now it works on almost every single use case. The only ones it failed were the JAWS and Firefox, and then narrator, the old version of narrator. So yeah, I do similar things, linking it, and then linking the image using SVG, passed virtually everything. And then buttons, same kind of pattern for the buttons. Have a button element, wrap it around an SVG with no ARIA. Results not so good. Do the exact same thing, add some ARIA. The results are much better. Use ARIA label instead of ARIA labeled by, and results are even better. And then using an image within a button, and results are really good. Okay. So we've got about 9 minutes left, so let's jump back to the deck. Okay, one thing to note before we jump into some summaries is this is open source. As you know, it is on GitHub, so you can find it under the Web Overhauls umbrella in GitHub. Specifically github.com/weboverhauls/demos/tree/master/SVG. So if you could also pitch in if you want, you can add some test results, confirm data, or maybe add a popular test case, which may not be listed, or suggest one. All right, summaries. Got 5 summary points. The first one is that for content, the support for inline SVG is much better. It's improving. With the title, it worked really well. Title and description, it's better, but it still needs some improvement. The combinations, the testing done with the latest browser and screen readers, passed really well. And yeah, but you have to use the role of image and ARIA labeled by on the SVG element. And this, for the latest versions of screen readers and browsers, this is a great way to go. So your inline SVG, and you just throw on a role equals IMG, and then ARIA labeled by and point to the title. ARIA, you could also do the same thing with ARIA label, and the results were also pretty good. Okay, so then for content, again, all combinations tested support the IMG tag with an alt attribute and plus that role of IMG. So that's the thing to remember if you want to support older voiceover. Just remember to throw in that the redundant role of image on the image element. And with your alt attribute, and you're good to go. For links and buttons, all combinations except the old narrator support ARIA label when SVG is used as content within that link or button. So you can easily wrap a link or a button around SVG, put ARIA label on the anchor, and that's very, very well supported. The only warning here, the issue you want to consider is using ARIA label. I know as developers we use it a lot, but just remember it's not the most robust technique in web development, particularly because the content might not be translated. And Adrian Roselli has done a lot of work in this area if you want to look it up. And also for links and buttons, all combinations except the old narrator support an image element with an alt attribute. And oddly, you don't need to add the redundant role here. If you do add it, that's fine. But just wanted to note, the test results show you don't need the redundant role equals img if you're using the image within an anchor or within a button element. And the last summary is that JAWS and IE is the best combination. Surprisingly, with all that testing, IE11 with JAWS 18 and with JAWS 2019 passed all the tests. I believe it's the only combination to pass all the tests. So surprisingly good. And runners up, combinations that passed all but one are TalkBack on Android 7 and 9, passed all but one. So I was surprised, pleasantly surprised. And then VoiceOver on Mac OS X, those all passed passed all the tests except for one combination. And that was a more complex combination. That was the inline content using title and description with no ARIA. So great to see that. Okay, just a note about IE. I know it's fading away, but still important that the attribute focusable equals false should be added to your SVG element to ensure that there's no double focus. There's only one, not two tab stops for links and buttons. Don't ask why IE is just weird. Puts a tab stop on that SVG. So to not do that, you got to put focusable equals false attribute on your SVG. And similarly, so that a decorative SVG is not focusable, because you don't want an inline SVG that's just decorative to be focusable. So an example of that, you anchor with the inline SVG within it, and just on the SVG element, we have focusable equals false. So if you see that, that's what it's for. Or add it if you don't see it. Okay, moving forward, hopefully, will the standard be supported in the future? So going back to what we talked about towards the beginning of the presentation, it's your standard inline SVG with the title element, a description element, and for convenience and avoiding code bloat, supporting that use tag within the SVG pointing to an external source. If all the browsers supported that, that'd be just wonderful. So we shall see. And also moving forward, there is something that I have to mention, and that's this graphics module, ARIA graphics module. This is not my area of expertise. It's something that's not even really supported as far as I know, but this is a specification that really has to do with more complex SVG with much more complex content within it. And you could you could structure that content using graphics document, graphics object, and graphics symbol elements to define like more complex content like charts, maps, diagrams, etc. And you can use fallback roles such as image and group document with this new code from this new specification. So we'll keep an eye on that. Okay, so maybe some discussion or questions. Have you used SVG in your projects? How do your findings compare? Do you find it pretty good accessible? Did you see anything in the presentation that you thought was good, bad, or any questions? We have, I think, a couple minutes. And again, here's a link to the PowerPoint, bit.ly/3 lowercase d, lowercase q, uppercase GGG, lowercase r. And at the end of the deck, again, which I will tweet the link to this PowerPoint, there's a few good references there. Thank you.
Thank you, Dennis, for this wonderful presentation. I think we're already getting feedback on Twitter and WhatsApp community that this is one of the best talks. So Dennis, I think there's one question from YouTube. Shweta?
Yeah. So Danish, there is one question asked by Venkatesh on the YouTube channel. So he is asking, by default, the SVG images receives the focus, and which is not a best practice. So instead of writing additional tab index -1, is there any alternate we can? Is there any alternative method?
Yeah, to avoid getting focus to the SVG image.
Oh, the SVG image? Well, as far as I know, it really only will invoke a focus with IE.
Yes, so he's right. He's saying specifically for IE.
Oh, okay. Well, I did mention that, so maybe he missed that part, or maybe he asked before I got to it.
He asked it. Yes.
He actually asked before itself.
Okay, so yeah, so we went over the answer. Focusable equals false. You put on the SVG element.
Okay, focusable equals to false. Okay, thank you. I think that answers
There is one more question. Has been asked from Venkat, I guess. It's a question. Is there any good tool to convert JPG or PNG dot SVG images? But he has not mentioned what format. So I'm assuming the
to
accessible
SVG.
form.
I think to SVG, from JPG to SVG.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can't recall any off the top of my head, but I will look into that in Twitter, anything that I find. But that's a very good question.
Okay, Dennis. Do we have any other questions?
One last question, I'm taking it up. It's from Radhika. So she's asking, can we use a role equal to presentation for IE not to get keyboard focus for SVG elements?
Not that I'm aware of. Because not that I'm aware of, no. But it's, I mean, yeah. Yeah, I would stick with the focusable equals false. And if you are using it within a link and a button, then it's not really presentation because you, um, well, if you're using the description or title inside of it, if you're using the title, I'm trying to find the example. Yeah.
Mhm.
So if you're doing something like this, you don't want to use role presentation anyway. Um, but again, yeah, not as far as I know. I would stick with the focusable equals false.
Thank you, Dennis. Thank you for answering all the queries.
Okay,
So
thanks for
everyone
having me.
can, yeah, thank you, Dennis.
Okay,
It was a very short notice. I work with Dennis, and when I reached out to him and asked to do this, he just agreed to do this presentation for us.
you got it. Take care.
Take care. Bye.
Bye.
Hey guys, we have our next speaker with us. She is an HTML developer. She is a web developer. So Tanisha will be taking over and she'll be presenting best practices, few crazy things which she loves to work with. So hey Tanisha, it's over to you.
Yeah, hello everyone. So I'll just share my screen.
So Tanisha's topic today is about writing accessible friendly CSS. And to keep it in context, friends, like Tanisha is a third year engineering student, and like when I spoke to Tanisha, I'm amazed with the kind of accessibility knowledge she has. Like, when the kind of research she is doing towards accessibility and her contributions to accessible code. So over to you, Tanisha.
Thank you so much for the kind words. Yeah, hello everyone. So the topic for today is writing accessible, friendly CSS. Before we start on with the talk, I just want to hope that all of you are safe with this whole pandemic thing going on. And yeah, happy Global Accessibility Awareness Day. The link for the slide is on bit.ly/CSSA11Y, all in small caps. And yeah, before we start on, let me just introduce myself quickly. I'm Tanisha Sabarwal. I'm a front end developer. I like everything between code and design, hence the topic CSS. I have added in my Twitter and LinkedIn handles. If you want to connect with me anytime, feel free to do so. So, getting to the agenda of the topic, I consider like I am a young developer, and so I distinctly remember the first HTML CSS course that I did. And if I go on to remember that time, I the first impression that I had when I did this course is HTML and CSS together are so powerful, and I got this impression that I can do anything with that. I can convert div into a button or div into anything else. And I guess that is where the crux of the problem is, because there there aren't many tutorials that advocate to follow the semantics or rather use CSS responsibly. And the outcome is we, as young developers who are walking into our careers, we tend to form this habit of using uh, CSS anywhere that we want to get our things done, but not think about the repercussions that it has. So we're going to cover HTML, CSS, and some pointers that might not be good in terms of accessibility. To give you a little background of HTML, the HTML website was made by Tim Berners-Lee, as we all know it, and the best part is it went live on 1991 and it's still live. You can have a look at the website. So if you have a look at the website, you'll see that the website is just plain text and some links here and there. And the main idea behind the same was these HTML was created with the idea of sharing documents over the web. They weren't a source of marketing, advertisement, or any businesses, and hence they were just plain text. And so for a very long time, there did not exist any way to style these documents. But as time goes on, our expectations do increase. We need things that are more fancy to see, and hence we did have some sort of styling. Space Jam website is one of the very famous and a very good example in terms of explaining how CSS evolved through these years. And again, the best part is went live on 1996 and still live. So if you have a look at the CSS that was used in this website, it was very different from the style sheets that we use today. I would like to call it old CSS, and the layouts that we used here were basically plain HTML tables. So if you have a look at the home page where we have a logo of Space Jam at the center and some planets or celestial bodies all around the logo, all these celestial bodies are basically your table elements that are arranged in the form of a table format, and that is what creates this layout. The other thing that is distinct in this old CSS is basically our styling, the way that these stylings were used. So if you want to include any styling to any of the elements in your HTML, you had to include these stylings inside the HTML tags. So say suppose you wanted some styling in your div, you have to explicitly include these stylings in the tags. And this is because there was no demarcation between your HTML structuring and the CSS styling. And this was a bad user experience per se, because you had to type in all these styles again and again. And hence, there came a proposal that we had separate style sheets, uh, which is the cascading style sheets. And I just want to pinpoint here that CSS wasn't the only style sheets that was proposed. There were so many of those, but let's say CSS was the one that made it through. So yeah, CSS came into picture. And what we get is CSS1 in late 1996. So if you have a look at the properties that were introduced in CSS1, they were pretty much very, basic, like fonts, colors, borders. Uh, but there was one property that was in CSS1 which was very interesting, and that was the float property. In most designs, we have this kind of layout where we have an image, and the helper text associated with the image basically wraps around the image. And that was not possible without CSS, basically because our elements were block level and they came one below the other. However, float property worked wonderfully well in these cases, so we could wrap our text around our images. And to an extent, it replaced the HTML tables that we had, the old CSS basically. But if you look closely to float right, you will observe. So let me just explain what float right is. So float right basically lets you align your element towards the right margin. But the catch here is, for an element to be aligned towards the right margin, that is floated right, that should always appear before the element that is to be kept left. So if it sounds confusing, here's an example that I have. Consider you have a paragraph which says want to register, and you have a button which says click here. Now I have floated my button to the right, and if I read from left to right, as most of our languages are read, what I read is want to register, click here. Now this makes perfect sense when I am visually interacting with the screen, when I'm reading what's there on the screen, because our button is towards the right. So we read want to register, click here. But mind you, for the button to be floated right to the paragraph, the button should always exist above the paragraph in the HTML ordering. So for example, for a person who is using assistive technologies, he will always follow the DOM order or the HTML order. And when he is traversing through the page, what he'll notice is the button out of nowhere which says click here. Now this button is without any context for the user who is not able to read the paragraph before the button. And this is not a very good use case, but in fact broken accessibility, because at this point you're confusing the user as to what do you expect from him, what does click here button will tend to do. And that these are one of the things that uh, people usually ignore. Even I have ignored at some points, but when I later came to know, I just want to pinpoint these things that this shouldn't be ignored because it's a huge problem when it comes to floats. So that was about CSS1. Then came into picture CSS2. And CSS2 came along with a lot of properties like positioning, before and after pseudo class. Before I jump on to these properties, let me just give you a quick introduction about document object model so that you understand things that are going on. So for every HTML markup that you have, the browser creates something like a tree-like structure, which is called the document object model. So if inside a div you have two buttons, the div acts as a parent node and the buttons acts as a child node. So in the tree-like structure, it's easier to define parent-child relationships. And you can see this document object model in your developer console. And how assistive technologies basically work is by reading something called the accessibility tree, which is derived directly from your document object model or DOM. And that's why all these technologies basically follow your HTML ordering because it's directly extracted from there. So the gist of it all is when browser receives HTML files, it passes into building the DOM. The DOM in turn helps in building the accessibility tree. On any triggers or events, the browser updates the DOM. The updates are reflected back to the accessibility tree, and assistive technologies continuously listen to these changes and notify the user accordingly. So that was about it. Coming on to before and after pseudo class. So basically, these before and after pseudo class content associated associate some elements to some content which is CSS generated. So it is used to display any counter information on the page before or after any block. But mind you, this content is CSS generated and does not appear in the document object model. To demonstrate that, I have a quick example. For example, I have a link which says no more, and I add an after pseudo class content to it called about Christmas. So what I will see on the screen is a link which says no more about Christmas. But the problem here is that it is CSS generated. So what do you expect when we run a screen reader on this? Like when we read it using the screen reader, the first instinct here would be that the screen reader won't be able to read about Christmas since it's CSS generated. But in fact, the result was something else. So NVDA and VoiceOver do read this content. However, not all screen readers do. Uh, the question would be, how does NVDA and VoiceOver do read this content? Is basically they associate this as a text node to the DOM, and this is extracted from the DOM to the accessibility tree. But again, the catch here is not all screen readers read this content, so it might not be very useful for people who are using different screen readers, and also not all browsers are able to work properly with this, like Internet Explorer, for example. The other point that I want to highlight is usually when people with disabilities try to access your website or traverse your website, they turn off the CSS while they're doing so. And if you turn off the website, you will lose out on all the CSS generated content. And in that case, even NVDA and VoiceOver would not be able to read out that content. So please don't use any content which is of critical information in these CSS generated content, because you are depriving a certain set of users from this information. In this case, no more about Christmas. About Christmas was sort of a critical information for the user to understand what is the link trying to tell, and it's a good way to interact with the user. But for example, if you have any sort of content which might not be that useful, you could resort to CSS pseudo class. But a big no-no for any critical content. That was about before and after pseudo class. There's also one more property, which is absolute positioning. So you can basically position your elements using top, bottom, left to right anywhere on the screen. So if I have, say for example, a footer and I give it an absolute positioning of left 0 and bottom 0, all I'll see is a footer placed beautifully at the bottom. But consider a scenario where I basically put this footer way up in my HTML markup, even before my navigation bar. And I still have the absolute positioning property intact with top 0, left 0 and bottom 0. I'll still see my footer placed beautifully at the bottom. But the catch here is, if you're using any assistive technologies, again, the DOM order will be followed and the user will jump on to the footer first when he lands on the page, even before your navigation bar. And that's not the kind of use case that you want. That's not the kind of user experience you want for a user to have, because footer shouldn't be the first thing to jump on when you enter any website. So absolute positioning can be a little tricky to be handled, because at one side it gives you the flexibility to arrange your content at any part of the screen, and it might look seamlessly well, beautiful when you're visually interacting, when you're able to visually see the screen. But that's not the case when you're using any technologies like these. The like the best use case would be to make your parent element relative, so that the child element is restricted between the boundaries of the parent element, and not positioning absolute with respect to the whole body. So that's the other thing. So that was about CSS1 and CSS2. CSS3 was wonderful because it came along with so many great properties. We had flexible and responsive layouts, and like flexbox, grids, and all of a problem with respect to front-end development was solved, because finally we could center contents inside a div. And we no longer had to use floats for our layouts. But both for Flexbox and grids, there are so many problems that came along with this flexibility, and let's just have a look at them. So here I have an example of a 3-ingredient recipe. Please don't judge me for the choice of the ingredients. Evidently, I'm not a great cook, but just for the sake of the example, let's consider there exists a hypothetical recipe where we have 3 ingredients, and these 3 ingredients are to be put in the recipe in the same order as specified for the recipe to turn out as good. So what I have in my HTML is a div inside of which I have 3 ingredients: sugar, flour, and butter. Sugar, flour, and milk. I give a display flex to this div, but what I notice is maybe the ordering that is specified in my HTML isn't the right ordering. And instead of going back and changing the order in the HTML, what I do is try to manipulate the order from CSS using the order property, which is provided both by Flexbox and Grid. So what I'll see on my screen is basically 3 buttons. So what I see on the screen is basically 3 buttons arranged one beside the other. The HTML ordering is sugar, flour, and milk. But since I changed the ordering from CSS, what I see on the screen, if I read from left to right, is milk, flour, and butter. Milk, flour, and sugar. So for a person who is visually interacting with the screen, the impression that he got is the ingredients are to be put in the order milk, flour, and sugar. However, for a person who is keyboard navigating or using any of the technologies, what he'll notice is the order is sugar, flour, and milk. Now, this is a huge problem because you are conveying 2 different information to 2 different users. And that's and the end result would be that the recipe won't turn out as good. So this is a huge problem when you manipulate the ordering using CSS, because that's not really reflected in your HTML or the DOM. And technologies, assistive technologies basically follow the DOM order. So what is the solution to this? Uh, there can be two possible solutions in terms of code, if we can think. One of which is deprecated, which is the ARIA flow to attribute, and let's just not talk about it. The other thing is the tab index. So if we associate a tab index to each of these elements in the order that they should be ideally displayed, so that the tabbing order is the same as the visual order, it might or might not work. But let's see what's the resultant. So there is one huge problem with tab index. Tab index takes in three values. -1 makes it non-tabbable. 0 makes it tabbable in the normal HTML sequencing. And if you give a positive tab index, like I have done in this example, it associates a priority with the value that you've given. So higher the priority, it will be tabbed on first when the person lands on the page. So if I've given here a tab index of 3 to sugar, what it will do is that it will be tapped on first. Now, this is a huge problem because this has been given a priority, so that as soon as any person lands on the page, this element will be tapped on first. And you would not want your user to come directly to the ingredients without any context of what you're trying to tell. Before the navigation, before any headings, you're just tabbing onto these ingredients. And that's not the correct way to go for this. So there comes a huge problem with tab index. We fail to realize this, but please don't mess around with tab index. Now the question is, what is the solution? Solution is as simple as it sounds. When you are using any kind of information, when you are displaying any kind of information that has some meaning to it when displayed in a particular order, please don't resort to any of the ordering coming from CSS, because you would lose out on context. So this visual and DOM order discrepancy, it's specified in the WCAG guidelines that you should make visual and DOM order the same, and which is level 1, a must to follow. So please don't mess around a lot with these things. Just go back to your HTML and change the ordering so that the information reflected at both the ends is similar and simultaneous. The other property that I want to point out is explicit placement in grids. Grids work magical because you have the ability to define what rows or what columns you want your elements to be placed in. So with using properties like grid row, grid column, you can basically define the element to be placed in what part of a grid container. To give you an example, consider I have something like this. I have a grid container which contains 6 buttons, and the ordering in my HTML is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Just increasing order. But for some reason, my design wants me this content to be displayed in some other ordering, and I just try and place contents inside my grid container using the grid row and grid column property. So what I am seeing right now on the screen, if I read from left to bottom and top to right, is 1, 4, 5, 2, 3, and 6. That's my visual order. But if for a person who is again using keyboard navigation or using any of the assistive technologies like screen readers, the order that he will notice is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Basically the HTML ordering. Again, this discrepancy and between visual and DOM order can be a huge problem. This can be a huge problem when the content that you are trying to display has some meaningful aspect to it when displayed in a certain order. This can be ignored if if we change the order of these elements and they hold no meaningful value, I mean, if the order does not matter in terms of meaning, but when these things matter when it comes to ordering, like I gave the example of the 3 ingredient recipe where the ordering of the elements, the ingredients, uh, told us what should be the order in which they should be put it in the recipe, then again it becomes a huge problem. So for instances like this, instead of manipulating your visual order from the CSS, this is not advisable. You should go back to a CSS and change it accordingly so that same kind of data is reflected. But this can be well ignored if they don't hold any meaningful value. But this is one of a huge problem that we as young developers just jump onto and use it without really getting to know what will be the repercussions or what will be the outcomes if both of these orderings do not match. The other thing that I want to point out here is the grid autoflow dense property. Now this has some variations like row dense, column dense, or just dense. Now to give you a little bit information about how this property works is if you say provide grid autoflow dense, you are giving the control to CSS that you will handle the grid container as you like it if in case there exist any gaps or holes inside my container. So again, to just quickly give you an example, consider I have 4 buttons and these buttons are arranged in the order 1, 2, 3, and 4. And for the third button, I have said that the third button should begin from the second row and not the first row. So in that case, if all the first and the second buttons are the same width, there will be some empty space in the first row. And what grid auto flow dense will do, it will push up the fourth button up in my grid container. So the HTML ordering is 1, 2, 3, and 4. But what I see on the screen with all these grid autoflow thing happening, if I read from left to right and top to bottom, is the ordering which says 1, 2, 4, and 3. But again, for keyboard navigation, the order comes out as 1, 2, 3, and 4, which is my HTML ordering. Again, the same discrepancy as we discussed before, that the visual and DOM order isn't the same, and things may start to appear out of order for 2 different set of users, and that's not very useful when it comes to accessibility because you are depriving your users to correct information. Again, in this case also, I would highlight if the items do not hold any value, if they are arranged in any order, then it's fine. But again, there might be some instances where the ordering is of critical importance, and this is a huge problem. But for now, I have just handpicked a few of these properties. There exist so many properties that face similar problems like row reverse, column reverse, wrap reverse, or grid area. And all of these manipulate your ordering from CSS alone, which is again the same problem that we are seeing right now. I just want to end on a note saying designing responsively is the best form of design. If you use your CSS very responsively, keeping in mind all these use cases that you might encounter, keeping in mind if you are changing your visual order in some way that it might not hold meaning when you're keyboard navigating or using screen readers, then maybe it's not the best form of design. Designing responsively doesn't mean your design is bad, but it's very responsive and a good trait of a developer to develop your websites so that same content and same information is delivered to all of your users. So that was about it. I've added in some references if you want to have a look. I'll drop the link for the slide in the chat box. And yeah, that was about it. If you have any questions, let me know. I have added in my Twitter and emails in the slides if you want to chat related to anything. And thank you so much. Hope you enjoyed the talk.
Thank you, Tanisha. It was a great presentation from your end. So I have only got one question from Q&A session. That is, somebody has asking you which OS are you using?
Oh, I'm using Ubuntu. It's Linux. So
Okay.
yeah, that's it.
Yeah, so it was a quite different look, so
Yeah,
people
yeah,
would have asked.
yeah.
So
Okay.
I'm just looking, I have a just and there are many appraisals given to you.
Thank you.
Karu is really appreciating you. Thank you. But your explanation was quite nice and it was self-explanatory. So we did not
Yeah.
have to refer anything. Thank you for the amazing presentation. Thank
Thank
you.
you so much.
Thank you, Tanisha.
Yeah. Thank
So
you.
I think we have, for the next presentation, we have 10 more minutes. I think 5 minutes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Raghavendra, do you wanted to brief about the speaker?
You can do it. Is Prem on the call?
Yes, he is. I am. Yep, he is there.
So the next speaker is Prem Nawaz, and he works for PayPal as an accessibility evangelist. So I met Prem at TechShare in 2016, and where he was doing a presentation on automation, and he just blew my mind. You know, like you talk about automation for accessibility, like he is the go-to person, and he is also the author of an automated accessibility platform while he developed at PayPal. So I think he'll be able to talk more. He'll be able to talk more about his work and how automation, and he's going to get you all excited now.
Thank you, Raghavendra. It was a nice brief about the speaker. So, Prem, if you're ready, can we go ahead?
I am trying to share the presentation.
Thank you, Prem. It's over to you.
You are able to see?
Yes, Prem, we can view your screen.
Yeah, are you able to see my presentation? No?
Yes, Prem, we are able to view your presentation.
Okay. Today I would like to discuss with you guys about my experience with automation accessibility. I'm not going to discuss the how part of it. It's about sharing some of the problems we encountered and some of the solutions we applied during our journey. Uh, so as Satish said, I've been a web developer for around 2 decades. So I started my career as a web developer in '98 after completing my engineering, and then worked in a couple of organizations as a web developer, then as a QA engineer. Now I here work as an accessibility evangelist, which means that I develop, I test, I train, I advise, and I also do open source. So whatever I fix and I demo them. And I worked on a couple of plugins like this Bootstrap accessibility plugin, Skid2, and some of the PHP-based OS Commerce plugins. And I also open sourced AATT, which is the automated accessibility testing tool from PayPal. And also there is something called Nemo Accessibility, which is again another framework which runs based on Selenium. So let's start with the first thing. Purpose of automation accessibility testing.
Prem, sorry to interrupt you. Can you just make your presentation full screen? There are people who are having difficulties.
Yes, I did.
Thank you.
Able to see?
Yeah, it looks good.
Looks good, right? So why do we automate? The first question is, why do we need to automate? Usually automation is for not just accessibility, automation is to reduce the human interaction, right? Free up human interaction that consists of repeated tasks. That is one reason. The other reason is that a product manager may need a one-click solution which gives a report on, okay, this product is accessible and something like that. So that's the reason we try to automate, right? But before we try to automate, we should be very clear that any accessibility automation can test only 30% of accessibility issues. There was a recent article from Pesilo Group, which you may like to refer to. So the 70% is right now manual, right? So this myth we need to break first, that accessibility testing is not just one-step solution for all the testing needs like performance or scalability, things like that. So accessibility is just 30% and there is another 70% which we need to do it manual. So what is that we can automate? Automation is good. The WCAG, DECAG checklist like alt text, label, headings, ARIA rules, all these things can be automated. What can be automated is whether that alt text contain correct text or whether there are widgets that work with the keyboard, etc. But even keyboard, to my understanding, keyboard testing can be automated in unit testing with some Node.js packages like you can simulate and DOM events with keyboard events and test it. But that requires a lot of code. So one thing is that keyboard testing requires a lot of code, and there are some of the softwares which claim that they can fix the whole website automatically, like AI-based or can generate an alt text and something like that, which is just an crap that doesn't work. As I said, it can only do 30%, and applying automated solutions to generate an alt text or something like that, we need to keep on trying. We are far from that. Right now, it's really funny, and never do that until it's all stable. So don't do that in production. And so where do we start automating? So when you say automating is not just about Selenium or the continuous integration, right? We can start automating right from the editors. So I use Sublime, but most of our programmers use Visual Studio. So Sublime has an autofilling ARIA attributes like this ST3 plugin, which can help in autofilling the ARIA attributes. This is one good thing the plugins, the editor plugins have. Visual Studio has a very good plugin called WebHint. This one, yeah, WebHint, which can evaluate the whole code. It also supports TSX code and also some of the what do you call it, dynamic code like visual, I mean, VS Code, Microsoft VS Code or something like that. I have not used this personally, but I have seen developers using that for evaluating the code. But one problem is that we have moved a lot of code to React.js, and some of the pages are dynamically generated, and we can't really test that in the editor. But this is also a good start. Then comes to the browser tooling. What is your favorite tooling? I mean, Wave. Which one do you use? I mean, mostly people do use Axe, right? I mean, some of them use Wave. Wave is a cookie thing. You can just click on it, it will give a list of errors. There is Chrome Lighthouse, which can give a real good score. So real good score doesn't mean the page is accessible, right? There is a web hint on which works on Firefox and this thing. Then there is Microsoft Insights. Most of these tools, if you see, they use Axe inside the code. So Chrome Lighthouse uses Axe. Wave uses Wave doesn't use Axe. I mean, WebHint uses Axe. Microsoft Insights uses Axe. And so the biggest challenge in the good thing about the browser tooling testing is that it's going to test what is rendered on the page. So a page code should be tested only after a JS is applied and a CSS is applied, not before, right? So otherwise, that's not the information that assistive technology is going to perceive. It's only the rendered content that is communicated to the accessibility object model, and that is what is communicated to the assistive technology. So we need to make sure we always test with the browsers. Even if we automate fully, we shouldn't give up. I mean, we shouldn't leave off browser testing. So one of the problems we see with Axe when we say please test this Axe is that it will give you a lot of errors. For example, this is an IRCTC website I tried to test. There it says 37 issues found. So the developers get confused on what is the priority, what is that they need to fix, or they can't. Usually they test at the end of that release cycle. When they are about to release, they'll do all this kind of testing. So they see the 37 errors and what one to fix. This is the first question they are in. So what we came up with is that, which is simple, it is inbuilt in Axe. Instead of leaving it to the default, the issues found, you should filter it out by violations. So which filters it to 13 violations found. Again, 27 to 13 is not, again, it's good, but still it's too many. When we see that there are errors which are, some of them are really critical errors, some of them are moderate, and some of them are serious according to Axe. So we applied our own logic, and we give our own prioritization, and we publish in internal wiki on what needs to be fixed as a first priority, not that all the violations will be fixed. So that it gives an ease for the developers to fix. And then Wave, I want to say Wave is also just one click, it will show all the icons on the browser. But sometimes what happens, for example, I try to test helloA11Y and it shows 3 errors, but I can't see those errors because they are all hidden with CSS. So only the generated content that needs to be tested. So and Axe is doing good in that. So this violation filter, right? This the same filter we also applied on our Selenium code, which I will talk about it later. So for the browser tooling for the pro, we will really recommend Microsoft Insights. It has a 24-point accessibility validation. You can, the first one says automation, which will run the Axe in background. The rest of the 23 are all we have to do it manually, and then we can export this result, and it contains a professional report. which is really nice. So I do recommend this Microsoft Insights. And the other challenges with browser-based tooling is that you have to, it takes a lot of time. I mean, you need to do it manually page by page. Sometimes when developers may skip it. And again, I said, right, too many errors and difficult to interpret the result. The results are not a simple English for many of our developers. So we need to interpret them saying what is that it translates to. So, as I said, even though it has some of the disadvantages, still we shouldn't leave off this browser testing. Even if we don't do the IDE integration, etc., we should still continue to do the browser integration, browser testing. Then component creation. I'm not sure how many of you also have component creation in your company. We do have custom components created, and I know some of you may use open source components like React components or something like that. So what we do is when we create a component, we use a React component creation software called Storybook.js. And there is a nice accessibility Axe plugin for Storybook.js, and it solves many of our issues in component creation. So the CAG is automatically run while creating the components. So fixing a component is the low-hanging fruit towards building an accessible page, because it's going to replicate in many pages, and that's the low-hanging fruit in fixing accessibility issues. The other thing is you can also do an linting while rising an PR. So we use GitHub. GitHub has an application if you go to settings applications, you can install applications which will test the pull request rise against it. So this is called Access Lint, which is a bot which will even give suggestions on what the code needs to be fixed. It's a nice one. They do have a custom logic. They don't use Axe. And Axe has some just few weeks back, I think, last week, I think, Axe released this Axe Lint. I have not used it. I think it's promising, and it supports more JS formats like TSX and etc. I have not used it, but this is the new thing in testing a pull request. The resources part, I have shared the links as well. So this is the thing which I've been working for more than 5 years, testing while building. We initially used Java-based frameworks called the C-Lion, which also open source from PayPal. We used Nemo. So whatever the Selenium-based frameworks, we try to build a common solution where this Selenium-based frameworks will pass an HTML source to our accessibility server, which will run an Phantom.js WebKit-based browser, which will render the HTML and will send back the result to the Selenium. Now, in addition, we have the new Chrome headless frameworks, and we are working on some of the frameworks like Puppeteer, and still it's a work in progress. And we are not very happy with that yet. So the challenges we faced with the Selenium-based framework is that it is very slow. Second thing is because of the wait time, it breaks frequently. So what happens is sometimes the wait time is more, or sometimes the wait time is too low. And if the wait time is too low, it breaks while doing in continuous integration. If it's too, if it's too big, then the system is going to hang. It's going to take a lot of time. So that's why we had this promise code, which had a lot of thenables and await calls, and the code will look really crappy, like then do this, then do this, then do this. So it's a very long code, and so this is the problem with the Selenium itself. And we couldn't fix it actually. What we try to do is we gave a solution that they need to just write 2 lines of code using Denable in their Selenium code. So you just say that if then our framework will the accessibility server will return a promise which they can capture. So it was really crappy, but this was the thing we recommended. And then to solve again what happened is, so every time they run and they're integrated Jira, then they will do a build. So every time they build, it's going to run all that Selenium thing, and then it also going to test for accessibility. And accessibility testing, the Axe or HTML code sniffer or whatever the open source framework is going to query the DOM. It's going to test each and every from HTML tag to the close tag, and it's going to be really painful. It's going to make it slow, right? Even though it's JS and server, etc. So we introduce a flag for in the kind of continuous cycle called accessibility, which will be called only once say run access flag. Only if it is set to true, it will run the accessibility test. So in that way, we try to reduce the load of that Selenium framework, which is already running slow. In our cron jobs, we will make sure that with the flag, it is at least called once. So the next thing we are working on is we are slowly migrating to Cypress. Cypress is really promising. If you can see the screen, I'm just describing a Cypress test where I'm testing cy.visit PayPal homepage. Then I say cd.inject Axe, which will inject Axe source code, evaluate the source code, and then I just say check accessibility. There is no denables, there is no await, and it's wonderful. The biggest advantage of Cypress is that it has a timestamp snapshot at each step. It has a real-time reloading. It has an automatic waiting. We don't need, the promises are internally handled, so we don't need to wait and all. And it also has some like other things, like it has screen captures and video captures. So it works on browser based. This is the screen where you can see the Cypress error. So if you run it on the terminal, it's going to pop up on headless Chrome or Chrome, and it can give you the violations. So it will filter out violations. So we apply the critical filter by default, and we just show the. So basically for us, the learnings are like, do the automation first approach. So automation, even though it's 30%, it is like you're able to capture many issues, and then you can expand on that and do the manual testing. So automation first approach is more fruitful than doing all the baby steps. So automation first, from that you get a bunch of errors in our dashboard. And from that, we can filter out the critical errors, and we do the manual thing. And for us, because of React and all, IDE plugins didn't suit much. But if you are using plain HTML and things like that, it's a good try. So whatever possible from your side, linting on the terminal or linting on the IDE or the browser plugins, you should use it. So test always manually and also with screen readers. We recommend testing mandatory with VoiceOver, because most of us use Mac, and for Windows user we recommend NVDA. So this helps us to filter some of the errors. That's it. I think I'm done with my presentation.
Thank you so much, Prem, for giving us a very nice presentation. So, guys, we are open for the Q&A session. Do you guys have any questions? So, Prem, I don't see any
This is
Q.
Ted Drake. I got a question for you.
Hey, hi, Ted.
Hey, Ted.
You mentioned the Git linting from Axe. Is there a static lint, tool that can go through a repository and check?
I mean, no, it's just work on the pull request. It's a GitHub application, right? So these are the two tools I'm aware of from the access link, and we use access link. So access link is new to us. I'm not aware of a tool which will scan the pull repo.
Hey, Prem, sorry, we are having hard time to understand you. Your voice is completely breaking.
Hello.
Yeah.
I'm not aware of any tool that will scan the whole repo, just the pull request, because this is a GitHub application. It's going to just test the pull request raised and will give the code suggestions.
Okay.
So there is another question, I guess. Is there any automation tool which identifies and fixes the issues? Yes, there are a couple of tools available or otherwise sold by few companies. If you are seeing the Silo Group blog, which was published very recently, just few days back, it will screw up your page rather than actually it will fix it. So some of the things like Zoom were not working. It was throwing automatically alt text for images and making the pages crap. So right now there is no such tool that can fix all the issues in one go. And even if people say that, please don't use it.
So there are two more questions. One is from Lijo. So there is a question: is there in Insight all 23 success criteria that you have mentioned are fully automated or partially automated?
It's partially automated. It's not fully automated. The first one is the fully automated thing, which runs the NACS. So if you just click the full assessment, it's going to run NACS on the whole page.
And there was one more question: is there any feasibility for mobile automation testing for accessibility?
Mobile Android has they have Robo Electric, right? I mean, they do have their own frameworks for testing, and also Selenium has an support for Android automation. So we are not using it, so that's why I didn't put it in this way. We are not using that. It's there actually. If you want, I can share it later.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Prem, for your valuable time.
Yep.
And Prem, I think there is an accessibility insights for Android.
No, I'm not aware of.
Okay.
I just, for the Android, we use the Google one, the accessibility scan, right?
Yes.
Right now they do in flow based. Before, until last month, it was page by page. You have to record. Now it's all, once you click record, you can record the whole app flow. And it gives a big, that's a very good thing. We use it. It's manual, but partially automatic.
Yeah, because I've seen in March, accessibility insights for Android has been released by Microsoft, and Google has a GBX scanner for iOS also. I think you need to input that scanner during your development phase, and it will scan your app for accessibility bugs.
Google has a lot good linting as well, right? So, I mean, Android Studios and the inbuilt linting, which is really, I don't know if you need a, yeah, yeah, no problem, you can use it. But linting is really good. It can, so it's all on the fly. Just enable it, and it's going to report the errors. So Android Studio linter is very good. And also Xcode now has a very good linting.
Okay. I think, Shweta, we have one more question.
I'm just checking the YouTube channel.
Okay. I
So
think this
yeah,
is in Zoom.
so how about HTML code sniffer plugin? Do you recommend that for manual or automated testing? That is
Honestly, no. I because when we started, I said I've been doing this automation for past 5 years, right? And so when we started, there was no Axe or that was BQ. Axe was not there, so we started with Sniffer. What happens is Sniffer will give you more errors when there are a lot of false positives in the. I don't recommend code sniffer. P11Y was built fully on HTML code sniffer. The way they show the error is really awesome. They show the HTML tag and etc. But it gives, for example, if you put an input type equal to text without a label, it's going to show 3-4 errors for the same thing, which is the basic problem, right? Showing more errors for pages. So that kind of issue.
So I'm just taking this last question, Prem. So there is one more question from Radhika Soni. So
SortSite was the
yeah.
initial tool. It's an Windows based tool, or I don't know if it works on Mac. So it will going to test the full thing. I think they do their own logic. We didn't like it. I mean, because it couldn't fit into our Selenium, this continuous integration cycle. We even tried to use Wave. We purchased some license for Wave. We evaluated the license for Wave, and we like that Axe thing. It's open source, and Axe is awesome. So we use Axe. Yeah, SortSite. Recently, I've not used SortSite. 5 years back, I used it.
Okay.
Thank you, Prem, for answering all the questions.
No problem. You're welcome. Anytime. You can follow me on Twitter, MPN Khan. My email is also same, just hotmail, Gmail, whatever. You can post me questions to me.
Thank you.
Thanks again.
Thank
You all. Thanks again. Thanks. Bye.
Thank you, Prem. So I think the next speaker is Amy. I'm not sure if Amy is online, but because her schedule is at 8:30 Indian time.
Yep. I don't see Raghavendra, Amy have joined us, but we definitely have Ted with us.
Ted, would you like to go ahead and do your presentation?
I'm not quite prepared right now. But do you want to wait 5 minutes?
Yep.
I'm having some problems with my network. I was just going to restart my computer.
That's fine. We can wait 5-10 minutes, not an issue.
Okay.
So I'll communicate to Amy that, I'm moving her presentation like half an hour later.
Okay.
So, hey guys, we'll start the presentation after 5 minutes once a TED system will be up. So, just to give a brief about TED, he is one of the known person in the accessibility summit. He always organize every year he is part of Intuit, and I'm really a big fan of him. The way he explains, the way he gives the briefing about accessibility issues and address the in the events, it's really nice. Raghava can brief you more about TED.
Shweta said TED does Bangalore Accessibility Meet, and that's how I met TED in 2013. And since then, we met a couple of times here in India and United States. So, and I worked with TED uh, when I was working while I'm working at DQ. So he is uh, uh, he's a real. You should check out his blog last-child.com. Like he has a lot of accessibility content over there, which is very informative, and I'll put his blog on the chat. Just check out his this chat. A lot of very informative, and his talks are always well received. And meanwhile, if you guys have any questions with regard to accessibility, you can just put it in the chat. We'll get them answered. Ted, I see you back.
Hey guys, sorry, due to certain technical issue, I was unable to log in. So I do see Ted is back now, and we'll just wait for a couple of minutes and then he'll get started.
Hey everyone, I'm almost ready. I'm sorry, I planned on doing some setup while right now, not expecting to be on just now. I'm almost done.
Yep, no problem. It's over to you, Ted.
Okay, thank you. Let me go ahead and share my screen. I assume you can see my screen now? Yep. Now you should be able to.
Yes.
Great. So I think I'll go ahead and, you want me to go ahead and get started now?
Ted, you can get
Yes, Ted.
started.
Okay, great. Hey, everybody. Thank you for joining me today. My name is Ted Drake, and I'm the Global Accessibility Leader for Intuit. We make financial software, not the most exciting field to be in, but we make important software that lets people run businesses, become independent, manage their own money, do their taxes. So it's important that we make it accessible because we want everyone to be independent. Today's talk is going to be about artificial intelligence and accessibility. And I want to clarify right off the bat that it's impossible to talk about everything with accessibility and artificial intelligence. And no matter, I could talk about 500 cool products and I'd still miss out on, 5,000 or 6,000 cool products. So what I've done is I've selected a few examples that I think are showing some really interesting trends for accessibility and AI. So with that, let's go on to the agenda. I'm not a data scientist, so I'll be straightforward on that. I'm going to try to give a simplified explanation of machine learning and artificial intelligence, enough so that you can kind of understand where we're going, and also what is happening in the last maybe 3 years that has really made machine learning and artificial intelligence something we can actually use within the accessibility world. And then I'm going to talk about, now that we have artificial intelligence, machine learning, where can we go? How can we start using this? The only thing I'm not going to talk about too much, and I'll mention it right now, is the downside of machine learning and artificial intelligence. The downside is bias. Our machine learning is only going to be as good as the data that it's learning off of. And so if our data is not diverse, if our data does not represent people with disabilities, then we're going to end up with solutions that are incomplete. And so one of the things that's really important is that if you're a student and you're looking at what you want to get into and you have a disability, I would highly recommend getting into machine learning and artificial intelligence so that you can better represent your communities. There's actually a movement in the US, I believe it's called something like Black Women in Machine Learning, because there was this one data scientist that realized there was such a need for it, such a need for diversity, that she actually created a community of Black women who are studying machine learning and that are data scientists so that they could kind of share the awareness. So with that, let's move on. So machine learning, this is nothing new. One of the things we have to understand is machine learning has been around for a long time. I read one article that suggested it went back to the 1500s. But really what we're looking at is around 1950 is when people started saying, how can we create an object that can learn from massive amounts of data to find patterns and stuff. One of the ways that I can think about it, we're all familiar with autonomous cars right now and all of the potential that autonomous cars have. So if you think about machine learning, think about that autonomous car driving down the street, and it's looking continually for objects, for movement, and it's learning how to analyze every millisecond to find out where there might be risk. And so it can look at a data set of 50 million intersections. And from those 50 million intersections, it's figured out here are the key areas where there might be risk. Now, artificial intelligence is when the computer takes an initiative to do something based on that learning. So with artificial intelligence, think about the car that's going through that intersection, and it knows where to find risks. It detects a possible risk. Does it put on the brakes? Does it pull the car to the left? Does it pull the car to the right? Does it speed up? And that's where artificial intelligence, you might say, machine learning is doing the risk analysis, and then artificial intelligence is sort of acting upon it. Now, that is a very, very basic description of the differences between machine learning and artificial intelligence. Now, one of the things that's happened that's really changed the whole industry is the fact that AI is no longer special. Anyone can work in AI. I remember being at Yahoo and we started working on Hadoop. And Hadoop was an open source project that allowed big data manipulation. And that was one of the key things that changed everything, is that you no longer had to have these room-sized computers to do machine learning. You could actually spool up a Hadoop instance and give it some data, and all of a sudden it would start learning at a pretty affordable cost. You can go on Udacity, you can take free classes on machine learning and artificial intelligence. You can, Google was even hosting a class on how to become an autonomous car programmer. So one of the things that's happened recently is that the barrier of entry has gone down. Wikidata is a website where you can download clean, unbiased data so that you can start your learning process with real good information. There's a YouTube video I found where you can build a deep learning computer for only $450. And this is not buying strange used equipment. This is basic equipment that you can buy from Amazon or something like that. The mobile phones we have now, Android and iOS, they provide machine learning on the phone itself. So if you're building an app, you can actually tap into those machine learning chips to build your own AI on a phone. And finally, everybody knows, well, I shouldn't say everybody, but a lot of people know what a Raspberry Pi is. A Raspberry Pi is a very cheap computer that fits into the palm of your hand. And you can use a Raspberry Pi to do all sorts of stuff, from building a remote control for your computer to automating your home's windows, doors, all that stuff. NVIDIA has come out with one called Jetson Nano. Starts at $99, goes up to about $150. And this is a deep learning computer that you could actually hold in the palm of your hand, and you can build that. You can put it into a car. You could put it into a dog toy if you wanted. This is why we're looking at how you don't have to have the resources of a large company or a university to start building machine learning and AI applications. And further, AWS, Google Cloud, Rackspace, you can also get a hosting contract with some of these companies. It's also very affordable. So where do we go from here? By the way, if you can't see the screen, I may have images on the screen, and typically they're not going to be very important to what I'm saying. They're just going to be an addition. On the last page, I had a picture of the NVIDIA Jetson Nano. On this screen, it's a sunrise over Jaipur. one of the things that artificial intelligence can do for the accessibility community is to make things simple.
Good morning, Shorty. I haven't started my meeting yet, so I'm glad I get to see you. I go in 10 minutes. Oh, what's the matter, Bob? I'm afraid that I wasn't there. Oh, let's go sit in the rocking chair for a minute, okay?
So we can make
Daddy
things
opens
simple.
the shades. Oh, come here, Bob. I love you. Daddy stayed here for me just to make sure that you were okay.
Hey, everyone. Shweta, can you mute everyone?
I think that might have been Amy.
Yes.
So one of the things we can do is make life simple. We can take big data, we can take artificial intelligence, we can take a very complicated interaction and we can make it simple. And one of the things I like to think about with making it simple is that if I'm a person, let's say that I have ALS, and I'm using the computer with eye gaze software, or I'm using software that is watching how I move my head. It takes me a long time to go through a form that has 30 or 40 elements. And maybe it's a multi-page form. If I can take that multi-page form and I can simplify it into 1 or 2 fields via artificial intelligence, that's going to significantly improve the experience. And that's one of the things that we can do. So as an example, Apple has done 2 things with the Apple Watch that are actually no interface. And I'm going to show a video. I'm going to cut it off after a little bit, but I want to show you a video about how fall detection works.
Se siamo capaci di emozionare oppure di portare delle conoscenze, direi che è una cosa positiva.
Don't worry, I'm good. This is just my professional stunt double, Evelyn Osario-Vaquero. Evelyn, you good?
Yeah, I'm good. I hit the ground for a living.
That's right. Really, she's a professional stunt double. She's appeared in things like Luke Cage, Orange is the New Black, and more. So why is she in this Apple Watch Series 4 review? Well, because the new Apple Watch doesn't only look sleeker, it has new health and fitness features, including one that detects falls. So here's the premise of this review. Evelyn and I were training for a fight. Okay, well, more Evelyn's training. And we're putting the new watch's fall detection and fitness features through the paces. Turns out fake falling is really hard. Seriously, please don't try this at home.
So get close to the ground, bend those knees, close to the ground, lift those arms, use your body. There you go.
Yes, turns out that the Apple Watch really does know when you're just playing around. Nothing. That's because the improved gyroscope and accelerometer in the Series 4 monitor for wrist trajectory, speed, and more. Apple even showed this weird diagram during its keynote of the 3 different types of falls the watch can detect. And so here we are. I had Evelyn do a series of falls that followed some of the examples that Apple showed. The first fall we tried was during a fight with her training partner and competitive boxer, Michelle Herzl. Evelyn flung herself away and landed on her back. Okay, moment of truth. Fall detected. It looks like you've taken a hard fall. Do we want to contact emergency services? I fell, but I'm okay. What about a slip? Yep, fall detected. What about a trip? Fall detected. What about a trip into a tumble? Weird. No fall detected. If you remain immobile for about a minute after your fall, it begins a 15-second countdown and sounds an alarm. When the countdown ends, it automatically contacts emergency services and sends a message to your emergency contact. If you've entered your age during setup and you're 65 and over, fall detection is automatically on. Everyone else has to turn it on manually in the iPhone Watch app. Okay, time out. I realize these falls are fun to watch, even funny. But in real life, falling is no laughing matter. And from these tests, if you're prone to falling, the Apple Watch would be a good investment. And that's not just for older people. Chances are you aren't buying the Series 4, which starts at $400.
Okay, so I wanted to go ahead and move forward on that one because we didn't need to talk about the fitness. But you can see that Apple Watch has used artificial intelligence and machine learning to create the simplest interface possible, essentially no interface. Another one I want to talk about is something that we built into QuickBooks. And with QuickBooks, if you're using the mobile app, all you have to do is turn on mileage tracking and then just carry your phone with you. As you get into a car or a rickshaw, I think it even works if you're walking long distances, it will understand when you start a trip and it'll understand when you stopped a trip. It will also say, well, you started your trip at your work or your home and you ended your trip, and it also happens to be at the address of your client. And so what it does is it creates a record. And that record says on, let's see, today's May 21st. On May 20th, you took a 5-mile trip from 9 o'clock in the morning to 9:25. And you visited the donut shop. And we think that this might be business. And if it is business and you declare this, you're going to be able to deduct $5. It's basically going to create all that. It puts it into a list. And all you have to do is go in there and say, yep, that looks like business. I'm going to swipe left. No, it looks like it's personal. I'm going to swipe right. If you're using a screen reader, then we use accessibility actions. So you would actually swipe up and down. What we have found is that the average user has found 37% more expense deductions by using this. So that's another example where we're using artificial intelligence to simplify the process. This replaces someone keeping a notepad in their car, writing down the mileage, writing down where they're going, their end mileage, and having to keep track of all that stuff on a piece of paper, and then going back to the office and typing it in. So the next thing we want to think about is, how do we make something work? There we go. It's not just enough to use artificial intelligence and machine learning to do something. It's more important that we actually use it to do something, but do it well. And so I'm going to give you a couple examples of how things can be done well. And I'm going to actually try the live. So I'm taking off my headphones right now so I can talk to you through the phone, through the microphone. All right, that's my Bluetooth speaker. I'm going to open up Seeing AI. Now, Seeing AI is an app for your phone that does a lot of things. But one of the things it does is product identification. Now, you might be saying, well, a lot of products do this. Product identification has been around for a long time, whether it's barcode scanners, or whether it's something like Be My Eyes or Cam. But what I like about text. What I like about Be My Eyes is that you Being My Eyes. You're hearing a speaker in the background, so that's why. Your text product. Okay, so I just chose product. You'd think I would have practiced this in advance, but I didn't. I don't think you can see my screen, my camera, but I've got a can of tomatoes. Now, if I can't see this can of tomatoes, actually, I shouldn't say I've told you it was tomatoes. I got a can. I got this can in my hand and I want to find out what it is. So I'm going to put the phone up in front of the can. It doesn't recognize it yet, but because the barcode is not facing it. So it's going to let me know when the barcode comes close.
Processing. Nutty cherry tomatoes.
So that may have sounded kind of simple. Let me put my headphones back in. What it's doing, there was my Bluetooth speaker is about to die. That's why I was doing all sorts of weird stuff. What it's doing is that there's a barcode on the side of the can, but it can't see the full barcode. But what it is doing is it's sending out a broad spectrum of vision, and it's trying to find patterns that look like a barcode. And as I'm rotating the can, it's starting to recognize that there's a design that looks like a barcode, and it starts sending out beeps. And those beeps tell the user to continue turning the can. And once you turn the can enough, it will then automatically scan the product and tell you what product you're holding. Live demos, you gotta love it. Throwing everything around. That's an example where artificial intelligence is going one step beyond, not just identifying the product, but helping you make it work. Here's another example. What I'm showing on the screen are two floor plans. The floor plans have different pathways that have been marked. And this is from a project from Wichita State. It's called Safe Exit for All. We do a lot with indoor navigation with artificial intelligence, and I'm going to show an example later on that's really cool. But what they're doing is they're saying, okay, there's an emergency, there's a fire, there's an earthquake, there's a typhoon. We need to get people out of the office into a safe space. But let's assume that the person is blind, or let's assume the person uses a wheelchair. How can we send them personalized information? For instance, maybe there are 3 exits. Only 2 of the exits are wheelchair accessible, and one of those exits is blocked. So how do we send a signal to someone that uses a wheelchair that you don't go the way you normally go, but you go another way? And that's how Safe Exit for All is using a collection of artificial intelligence, data sources, understanding what's available, what's not available, and sending customized interface messages to people, depending on what their needs are. I should say that my slides have already been published, and we can share a link to that later on, and you can access all of these research papers from the slides. So we have artificial intelligence, we have machine learning. How can we use that to make life more affordable? I'm going to show an example. These are 2 research projects that have been featured in the Web for All conference over the course of several years as they've been updated. The top one is a game, and it's a game that goes on the iPad or the iPhone, and I think they have it for Android. And what it does is the child will play with this game, and they'll learn a little bit about reading. But within 15 minutes of playing with this game, the game is actually testing the child's recognition of shapes and sounds and patterns, and can actually detect that the child has dyslexia. So you can imagine a child that's 4, 5, 6 years old plays this game for 15 minutes, and then the parents are told, hey, your child has a high risk of having dyslexia. That completely changes their options for school. No longer are they going to be worried about their child not being intelligent or not being able to read, or all the other accusations that may come against a child with dyslexia, like they're noisy or something like that. No, they know that they have a problem, and they can set up the technology and the training. The teachers can start providing accommodations, and the child can do much, much better throughout their school career, especially when they know that they have dyslexia at a younger age. Now, on the bottom of the screen, I have 2 screenshots of a Yahoo homepage from UK. On what this group took two groups of people. One group of people was neuro diverse, they had autism or they were on the autism spectrum. They asked them to do a very simple task. Go down to the menu, the favorites menu, and then I want you to go over to the trending now section. And with the neurotypical group, it usually only takes 1 or 2 or 3 steps, and they could do it pretty quickly. With the neurodiverse group, what they found was that their eye movement bounced around the page. They didn't have a very quick response. They had a roving response. So after they figured that out, they then went and tested another group to see, we've come up with this pattern. Can we detect autism in another control group? And what they found was that they had about an 80% success rate in detecting autism just by eye tracking. And over the years, they've been making that more and more accurate. So now I think they're up to about a 90% detection rate for people with autism, just based on giving them a few web pages to look at and watching their eye movement. Autism is not an easy condition to diagnose. Typically takes a lot of visits to the doctor and therapy. But if you're in an area where you don't have that support system, to be able to do an early detection is critical for growth. Just like dyslexia, you can change your education system, accommodations, and expectations, and people can really thrive. I also wanted to highlight a project out of India right now. Satya Panda and Dr. Bindu Sravani Nayak. There's also another doctor, but Dr. Bindu has been the key doctor on this one. Because Satya was able to use open source machine learning and affordable data servers, he was able to work with these 2 dentists, and they were able to look at, I think they were looking at about 4 dental diseases that were common, but they also had similar symptoms but different treatments. So what they worked on was, how can we take x-rays and photographs of the mouth, run those through machine learning, and then see if we can come up with potential diagnosis and treatments, and do this remotely so that a doctor can work with 1,000 patients instead of 100. And this was made possible because of the democratization of machine learning and artificial intelligence. This means anybody can create a great application. Anybody can satisfy that research need. It just takes the curiosity and the initiative. One of the things we also need to think about is making it for everyone. These are some customized chairs for students at the Spastic Society of Karnataka. We need to think about how can we reduce unconscious bias, and how can we build a product that is applicable to everyone, maybe even a customized product. I want to start with another Intuit product. It's called QuickBooks Capital. Now, one of the problems with small businesses, one of the key reasons why small businesses don't succeed is they don't have the money. They don't have the money to buy products, supplies, to ramp up production. And when they go to the bank to get money, a lot of times unconscious bias is a barrier. For instance, let's assume that I'm a blind person and I have a business where I sell products, maybe jewelry, and I'm going to a trade show, and I know that I need about $30,000 to buy some more products that I can sell at that trade show. I go to a bank and I say, I need a $30,000 loan because I'm going to sell these products at a trade show. That person not only has to show that their business is valuable, but a lot of times that loan officer has to be convinced that a blind person can actually run a business and that can actually sell the products, that kind of stuff. What QuickBooks Capital does, this is part of QuickBooks Online and QuickBooks Desktop, it analyzes 26 billion transactions and data points. So we've looked at anonymous data across all of our businesses that use our products, and looked at what are the characteristics of a business that's successful. What are the characteristics of a business that can repay a $30,000 loan? And then when you go to apply for a loan in QuickBooks Capital, it looks at your business compared to those data learning. And what we found is that 60% of the customers that got QuickBooks Capital loans were not able to get a loan from their bank. We're giving loans to people that had fought against unconscious bias, that were in neighborhoods that were not considered, stable. So we're looking at your business. We're not looking at you. And I think that that's one of the things we can do with machine learning and artificial intelligence, as long as you have unbiased data to begin with. Another thing, trying to think, I don't know my time limit on this, but I'm gonna, this video is kind of long. Let me see how long this video is. I would like to show this video. Android Live Transcribe is basically live captioning. Live captioning built into Android.
I'm set. Yeah. Ready?
I completely lost hearing when I was 1 year old. Technology provides tremendous opportunities to help people with disabilities. I'm a research scientist at Google, and I'm developing speech recognition in technology. Speech recognition accuracy finally became so good that I could fulfill my dream for whole life, to use speech recognition to communicate with people. Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm fine, and how are you?
I'm doing good. What can I get you today?
I would like tea. Live Transcribe is an application that runs in Android. It provides transcription of speech for deaf and hard of hearing in real time.
Dimitri worked with the speech team to develop that technology, and Google has made strides in this in the past couple years, but the app itself is what I've been working on.
I don't have enough time to show the entire video, but what I wanted to point out was that this is an app that you can get for Android phones. It's built into the Pixel line. And one of the nice things is it runs on the device's neural network, which means that you don't have to continually send these sound snippets to the Google servers. It can actually do a lot of the speech to text translations on the device itself. Also keep in mind that I think his name is Dimitri, has a speech impediment. You can't understand his speaking completely. We're going to get back to that in just a bit. One of the other things it's done is it's also included sound alerts. So if a fire alarm goes off, it will notify the user. And Google has open sourced this so that you can add live transcribe to your applications. And finally, let's make it awesome. Let's look at how we can completely expand our concept of what's accessibility technology. And let's move beyond anything you ever expected. And I want to start with something from Smith Kettlewell. We've been looking at indoor navigation. And indoor navigation is difficult because you don't have the GPS that you have outdoors. So a lot of times, all that we may have is a map of a building. We may have the blueprint that shows where office rooms are, but they don't necessarily have landmarks that you can identify. They don't have Bluetooth beacons. They don't have Wi-Fi triangulation maps. They don't have a way that you can walk into a building if you're blind and know exactly where the elevator is, where the restrooms are, where the meeting room is. And so this is a really interesting project. And what you may not see in the video is they're looking at the exit signs. So the person is holding a phone, and the phone is using the camera system on the phone. The only thing they had to do was have a map of the floor plan. There's no other adjustments made to this building. They have a map of the floor plan, and they know where the exit signs are. And by knowing where the exit signs are, the phone is able to give you step-by-step directions.
All right, I have the iNavigate app open, and I'm going to go ahead and select my current location. All right, and I'm already there, so now I'm going to go select my destination. Destination, conference room, pick your item, conference room. All these blue items off, men's bath, printers here, Brandon's off, demo room, women's back, 400, James, water cooler, elevator, Giovanni, main stairwell, Giovanni's office. All right, go, button. And now I'm going to start navigation. Initializing tracker, straight. All right, so now it told me I need to go straight, and I am going to hold the phone up at shoulder height and start walking. So I need to make sure the camera is seeing what's around me so it can give me good directions. Left. Straight. Right. Straight. And you see there were two turns very close to each other, and it was able to figure out where I was and give me very accurate directions on those two turns. Left. Your destination is through the door on the right. All right. Your destination is through a door in front of you. Now we've arrived at Giovanni's office, and there's my destination.
So this is actually pretty awesome. I also want to point out another app called Clue. Now, Smith Kettlewell, that is still heavily in research. Clue is something you can actually get on the iPhone store. And what it does is a person's in a meeting and they need to find the restroom, let's say. So someone in the meeting will actually walk them over to the restroom. And in the meantime, the person is holding the phone. The phone has done path tracing. It's identified all the landmarks as you were walking. And then when you're done and you want to go back to the meeting room, it'll actually guide you back. And it's actually pretty interesting how it can detect when you've taken a wrong turn and actually lead you in the right direction. Now, as I mentioned with Dimitri, there's issues with people that have heavy accents, people that have speech impediments, people that have I think it's called dysarthria. Yeah, dysarthria, which is a way that your speech may not be fully understandable by the average person. This might be someone with cerebral palsy, for instance. I'm going to show a video. It's actually not much of a video. It's more of audio snippets. Oops. Let me see if I can get this to play. Is that playing?
Did I have anything to say about it? Come right back, please. Let's try that again. Turn it down a little bit, please.
What you're listening to is Google's Project Euphonia. Project Euphonia is a way to focus on people that have different speech patterns and build a data set from that. And from that data set, we can then build speech to text engines that are not based on the perfect speech pattern, but the more difficult speech patterns. If you can create speech to text engines that can understand the more difficult situation, you can expect that it's going to do really good for others. One of the things you can do today is go to voice.mozilla.org, which is their Common Voice project. And you can record snippets of sound, and those are going into a giant database of speech recognition so that people can run their machine learning off of different accents, people that speak multiple languages. Another project is Voice ITT. And Voice ITT is another one where you can, they're focusing on people with dysarthritic speech. So I started this presentation at a different time than I expected. So I'm not sure how much time I have left for questions and answers. One of the things I did want to suggest is if you want to learn more about the research that's going on in machine learning and artificial intelligence, check out the Web for All conference, which is a global conference focused on accessibility research. Also check out Assets. It's from ACM SIG Access. Their conference was supposed to be in October, I believe, but it's being moved to virtual. So you should be able to attend that. And Microsoft has an excellent site called AI for Accessibility. With that, if you can tell me how much time I have left, I can answer your questions.
Sure, Ted. So we'll just take another 5 to 10 minutes to answer the question. So there is one question which has been asked from Kumar, that is for video, which one is best alternative to meet accessibility criteria? Should we use caption or should we use transcripts?
I think the answer is both. Actually, so captions are great for someone that is deaf or hard of hearing, or someone's in a noisy environment and they're watching the video and they want to be able to follow along at the same time. So it's real time. Transcripts are great for people that don't want to watch the video. I've talked to a lot of people that are blind and they would rather just read the transcript, which they can do in 2 minutes rather than watch a 30-minute video. This is especially true with when you're taking those annoying less classes, at work, where you have to take 15 million different courses on policies. It's a lot easier to just read the transcript and watch the video. Finally, it's also great to have audio descriptions. Keep in mind that captioning, transcripts, and audio descriptions are time consuming. It's funny, I have one of my colleagues is deaf and she's doing a presentation today at Intuit on captioning. She hasn't had the time to create the captions for her video on captioning. So we're gonna broadcast it today with without captions.
Okay, we'll definitely look forward to it. Do we have any further questions?
I noticed there's a question from Srikanth.
Yeah.
How can a blind person learn AI ML? How accessible is it to develop AI ML? Srikanth, if you can program C, if you can program Python, if you can program Java or JavaScript, you should be able to program AI and machine learning. It's more about the interface that you're using than the technology itself. I'll be completely honest, I don't develop in AI and ML. But it's basically, it's just a language. So if you can program Python, you should be able to program AI ML. I would suggest going on to Udacity and looking at the Google courses on machine learning and AI. That would be a great start.
Yeah, just to add to that, Shrikant, you can also start with little bit of statistics. So mostly AI and ML is just how you do your probability and testing. There are already inbuilt modules for machine learning and AI, and Google is the best place to start with. Google machine learning content are really good. So I'm just looking at YouTube channel if there are few more questions. So he's asking about the event, when is AI and accessibility event?
I wonder if he's asking because I did my talk earlier.
Yeah. Over to you, Raghava. Do you have any questions?
Nothing. Thank you, Ted. I really appreciate it. You're doing this talk because this is something that community asked and people voted that they want to learn more about AI. So it's very helpful to get these insights. Thank you, Ted.
Thank you. Before I started, I noticed you were talking about my trips to Bangalore for the Accessibility Weeks.
Yes.
We're still planning our week for
October?
Late October, early November, but it's probably going to become virtual. I'm not sure if I'll actually be in India this year, but we'll see. We'll have more information coming out later on.
Sure. So if you can let me know, I'll pass it on into the, I will let the community know here in India. So, Thank you, Ted. And we have Amy next.
Thank you.
Hi, Amy.
Hi.
Let me
So,
stop sharing.
Yeah. So everyone, I connected with Amy on Twitter, and she was doing a blog post. She was running a blog called 100 days of a11y.com, and I was curious to and went and checked it out. And she is putting her journey of 100 days of learning accessibility. So every day, what she learned, and this is to write CPACC and web accessibility specialist exams both. So she spent like 200 days, if I'm not wrong, preparing for those exams.
Pretty much, yeah. A little bit shorter, but yeah.
Yeah. And she has put out so much content about accessibility in each of the blog posts that you need to check it out. Like if you go through those blog posts, that will be your study material for a IAAP exam, like references, content, a lot. I refer to that blog a lot. And Amy is from Alaska, and it is like 7:30 a.m. there, and it's a very short notice. I reached out to her and asked, could you do this talk? And she said, yes, we'll do it. And whoever want to write IAAP exams and get certified, I think the best person to guide you all is Amy here. Over to you, Amy.
Thank you. I will go ahead and share my screen. Okay, and let me know if this goes into presenter view. Does everybody see a presenter view of just the slides, not all the stuff on the side?
Yes, Amy.
Thank you. So obviously my talk, 100 Days of Accessibility, getting started with web accessibility. So this presentation is geared towards people who are either exploring certification and also encouragement in getting started for just learning web accessibility. So if you're kind of in that beginning stage, you're curious, wondering where to start, because that was my questions to myself when I wanted to start, and trying to find resources and figuring out what to do to be better at web accessibility. So that'll be good for you too. So as Raghavas said, that my name is Amy Carty. I work for the Alaska State Libraries, Archives, and Museums here in Juneau, Alaska. My job is being the web designer and developer. My official title is publication specialist because I do a whole variety of things involving web and publications. And I am also recently certified as a professional in web accessibility through the International Organization of Accessibility Professionals. So just to give you a timeline, it's not completely wrong about me doing almost 200 days. It's been actually a long journey, and I feel like it's helpful for people to know when I really started getting serious about web accessibility and the different tasks that I set myself to do to learn more. So my journey, I feel like, officially started on May 1st in 2017. So I'm looking about 3 years ago when I really put my mind to learning about web accessibility, what kind of recommendations were there standards, what kind of resources were available. I think I knew that the WCAG recommendations existed, but I didn't really know what they were. And there was a lot of things that I didn't know outside of that. Well, sure, an image needs alternative text if it's got content that's meaningful for people. And I knew HTML really well, so I knew that that could leverage accessibility by using proper heading, structure, and just using the elements that they were made for. So I started my first round of 100 days actually back in 2017. And when I was doing that, I also committed myself to doing a talk about it through ID 24. And if you haven't heard about that, ID stands for Inclusive Design. And they've been doing this for probably 3 or 4 years. And they run for 24 hours. Every hour somebody gives a talk, and it's available on YouTube, and even the archive stuff is still on YouTube. And so by committing to that talk, I said, well, good, now I really have to do this too. So that was the beginning. And then my second round that most people are familiar with, which I felt I was a lot more successful at, was started November 30th in 2018. So I did earn my Web Accessibility Specialist certification in May of 2019. And then later that year, near the end, I decided, well, okay, I'll go ahead and do the CPAC too. I had toyed with that idea before, but I wasn't sure if I would get support at work because I was fully supported to do that certification, the WAS certification at work. So I went ahead at the end of the year and they said, yes, we'll support you. And so I went for it. I did that in a shorter crunch time. I didn't really give myself 100 days for that, which I didn't feel was needed, but more like 45 days there. And I probably could have used more time. I felt like I was really crunching that material in. So, but obviously on the timeline, December 2019, I did get certified, or I took the exam, and then the following January, I found out that I was certified. I passed the exam and therefore reached the full status of certified professional in web accessibility. So that's an overview. To go back to talk about my first round of 100 days of accessibility back in 2017, to give you an idea of where does this whole 100 days come from, it started with me doing a few rounds of Alexander Calloway's 100 Days of Code. I think people are still doing this, and you can actually see that hashtag on Twitter, 100 Days of Code. And lots of people will go through 100 days. The expectation is that every day, weekdays, weekends, you put some time into coding so you can improve coding. And so it's an hour a day. You tweet about it to keep yourself accountable every day. And it's helpful to keep a log. So a lot of people will keep a log on GitHub or some other place, maybe even publicly on a blog. And so I did 2 rounds of those, and I felt so good about how much progress I had made in coding that I said, why not apply that to 100 days of accessibility? I want to learn this topic. So I know I can do 100 days. I have to put in a lot of effort, and some days you don't feel like doing it, but it's possible. And you look back after 100 days and realize how much more you know. So I took his idea and ran with it for accessibility. I had no real roadmap for this first round. I just knew that I wanted to do it, and I kind of made things up as I went because I still didn't know what resources were out there. I had found some coursework, so I figured that was a good starting point. So really, most of my time was going to be spent reading, learning as much as I could, and then try to take action from what I had learned. So I found books about it. I started hitting that W3C documentation and the WCAG recommendations and all the things in the POUR principles, and also started looking more at United States law. Because I knew about the ADA, the American Disabilities Act, but I just didn't really know what it said and what rights it gave people. So that was the first time I really dove into those things. I did take some online coursework, and also, as I had mentioned before, I had committed to doing an ID 24 talk about these 100 days, and that can be watched on YouTube. Also, because I was trying to take action, I started getting more involved in the state of Alaska's web accessibility. So I started asking people about it. At that current time, we did not have an ADA coordinator, so the state is supposed to have somebody who helps evaluate accessibility in buildings and sometimes even give recommendations for digital things like documents and websites. So nobody was there yet, but we did have some transition happening in the overarching IT for the state. So I immediately started talking to that CIO and just got conversations going, started talking to other webmasters, like, what are you guys doing for web accessibility anyhow? What is web accessibility? So that really got me rolling on trying to be more proactive at work, and also finding people on Twitter and asking them questions. My second round, at the end of 2018, the one that I blogged about for based on certification, I would do the exact same ideas as my first, where I would be doing 100 days, working on it every day, tweeting every day about what I had done. And instead of logging on GitHub like I had before, I ended up saying, okay, well, I'm just going to start a blog because I need to write this down. If I'm going to study for this exam, I need to refer back to the material. And if I'm doing that, I'm not the only one doing this exam. So why not make it public for other people to refer to? So I would try to do something a little more than just a checklist that I had been doing before. My roadmap was a lot more clear. That was a relief because I felt like the first round, I just didn't know what I was doing. I didn't know what was expected of people who knew web accessibility. So stumbling on the web accessibility specialist certification through IAAP was amazing. That was part of it. Of when I found that, I said, here's my roadmap. I can do this 100 days again and have this as my goal. So the certification would be a perk, but filling in those gaps of kind of stumbling around in that first round, this body of knowledge that they provide is a Word doc and kind of have this whole outline of what a web accessibility specialist should know. I said, perfect, this is what I want to know. I want that depth of knowledge. So I did that. So I launched my 100 days of A11Y.com and started posting right away the daily things I learned. For the WAS exam, I kept most of those blog posts to kind of a few aha moments, and also was sure to post the resources that I discovered, because the body of knowledge for that exam, it gives you a really good outline of things you should know, but it doesn't really provide the resources. And this was at the time when they were going for the 2.0 based on WCAG 2.0. And I'm not sure what the body of knowledge looks like now that they've updated the exam this past year, but they didn't really have resources listed. And I said, well, I need to refer back to these resources that I'm finding, and hopefully they'll benefit other people so they're not digging around so hard for what resources are related to these concepts. So I wanted to leave those there for myself and other people. So I would call that round very successful. I gained a whole lot more knowledge by following that outline that they had. And I did get certified in the middle of May of 2019. And during that time, it also encouraged me to teach others. So not only was I having conversations with people, but I started giving trainings at work for my coworkers, offering trainings for other state employees, doing webinars when asked on specific topics. And so I felt like my conversation and circle of accessibility professionals really grew. And so it was helping me as I was helping other people, and really testing what I knew and really asking better questions about how to solve problems and challenges that people with disabilities were having. So I was able to improve accessibility in my division during this time. And as I mentioned, brought additional training to people. So to add to those 100 days, my journey obviously continued. I decided later that year, after handling other work items throughout the summer, that fall, I said, well, okay, why not? I should just go ahead and do the CPAC exam. And so I did get support from my division that I could do some studying during work time and get the exam paid for. Um, and it allowed me to keep building on my learning. So instead of just doing the 100 days and saying, okay, that was great, I learned a lot, and now let's continue, and I'll probably practice some of these things. Continuing on with the CPAC made me keep on asking questions. It kept accessibility at the forefront of my mind, and kept challenging me to not only learn more, but to do more. And I did have big plans for work. I wanted to see things become at a higher level of accessibility, because you're never really done. You sometimes at your organization, you might find like, well, we can get the bare minimum of following kind of the level A of WCAG, of just trying to get some things fixed that were just huge barriers for people. And I wanted to go beyond that and make things good for people, make it a good experience for people. And I wanted that to go for our entire state government. I didn't want to just impact my division. I want our state to really get at a good point where we are offering a quality service to every Alaskan and not just people who have particular abilities. So after completing both certifications, taking the time to learn this, one question I often get a lot is, should I get certified? And I say, well, maybe, or maybe not. It really depends on where you're at. I think that some people who have been doing this a while, the certification might add to their credentials, or it might not add any value to what they've already done if they've been doing it for years. If you're trying to get started, I don't know. It takes commitment, which I'm all for and encourage commitment to it. But sometimes the cost and the balance of taking the exam, as well as if you decide to do any coursework like DQ coursework that I did, alongside to make sure that my knowledge was up to speed for the exam, it can be cost prohibitive and keep people from getting it. But if you're looking for a job that's specifically in accessibility, you are some sort of accessibility specialist that either you're currently aiming towards, then it might be useful. You should check if that's valuable to the person who's hiring. So it's a lot of weighing on what matters to you, what matters to other people around you. You can still learn all these things, and you don't have to be certified. I do provide a lot of things on my blog, so that way people can just get started and not feel like they have to be considered a specialist, but just trying to be aware, bringing that culture into their workplace so they can encourage other people to create accessible web pages and web apps. Another question about my journey is, should I commit to 100 days? And again, it's the same answer. Maybe or maybe not. 100 days is actually a really long time and a huge commitment. The first round, I don't think that I would have gotten as far as I did, or even gotten as serious as I did, without committing to that time frame. 100 days just seemed reasonable from my past experience of the 100 days of code, that I feel like I really accomplished a lot in coding. And so 100 days just pushed me. But you could do 25 days, you could do 50 days, whatever is reasonable for you, your schedule, your work, family life, home life, whatever. It does take commitment, and mostly I just encourage people to commit to it in some capacity, because if you don't really set your mind to it, write it down and say, I'm going to do this, then it likely will be like me, where I had mentioned in my first 100 Days Around talk that, you know, I had been hoping to like add this to my knowledge for 4 years. When I had started out doing web design, I knew that it was a consideration of things when coding, but I just never got around to it because I never really dedicated to it. And I don't think I had the proper support at that time either. So my advice to anyone is you can definitely do this. Whether you want to get certified, go do it. Put your mind to it. If you just want to get started and try to learn some of the basics, you can do that too. There are so many resources available even today, as opposed to 3 years ago when I was starting. It's amazing just the content that other people have put out, the exploration and journeys that people have taken, examples that people have put out there for the public, for whether it's like some kind of accessible component pattern, um, how to write better HTML, bad examples of HTML writing. It's astounding. I mean, I am almost overwhelmed now of just how much is here. And I am so grateful, because I had such a hard time at the beginning trying to figure out, where do I start? And so just get started. That's my next piece of advice, is starting today. Look up something, read somebody's blog post, go over to WCAG's site. They have a wonderful quick reference that just gets you started, of looking through the POUR principles, what kind of success criteria make it a accessible site. So another thing is to get to know other accessibility allies, whether they're champions, experts, certified, non-certified. Just try to find those people, find people who are around you. Once you start talking about it, it's amazing how much feedback you get back of somebody else saying, oh, yeah, I'm interested in that too. Or just finding people through social media. Twitter has always been my go-to for being active professionally. So there are a lot of people on there that I just got into conversations to ask questions. Allies want to help. They really do. They're in it for the greater good. And so just pinging them and asking questions, it's amazing what kind of feedback you can get back and push you forward. Also, most importantly, something you cannot disregard is people with disabilities. They're the reason, you know, that we are making sites accessible, and they all have different stories, different lived experiences. So one person who has a visual disability is different than another person with a visual disability. So I myself have a visual disability, which I call visual impairment, because I'm kind of in this weird gray area. But mine is different than, say, my brothers, who also have a visual impairment, and my best friend, who is completely blind. So our experiences are all different. And so to ask me how I interact online and my strategies and what tools I use will be different from them. So it's good to get a wide base. Just ask a person. It's nice to be able to read not only somebody's blog post about what challenges, you know, that people with disabilities face, but to actually talk to people with disabilities, to watch what they do, even if they'll let you. So it's really insightful and helps you gain a degree of empathy as well. Like, wow, I was creating a huge roadblock that I didn't even realize during design and development. So next, commit yourself. You do need to make the time. Don't just keep it in your head like, yeah, I'd like to learn that. Like, write it down on a note somewhere, or set a reminder for yourself, or etch out a few days for yourself to say, I want to commit to 10 days of learning or 20 days of learning and finding resources and making my stuff better. You do have to commit to it. Getting started, setting up some kind of automated testing tools, whether it's just doing a browser extension or whether it's actually having a more robust testing system running through your site or just looking at your pages. Those tests will point out a whole lot of things for you that you may not have realized as you're starting off. And it can hit some of the very basic things too, whether it's an inconsistency in your heading levels, whether you're missing that alt text for images, whatever, or maybe it'll point out that you are using ARIA and makes you question, am I using ARIA correctly? So those will bring out a bunch. And I think that Web A Million report will thank you if you just fix some basic things that keep happening on all these home pages. So automated testing, but that being said, learn to do some of the manual checks. Probably the easiest is using just your keyboard and tabbing through items to see what happens. Can you get to those interactive components on your page? Can you see where your focus is going? It's simple actions like that that can really bring to light what some of your failings are when you're serving a whole population and trying to be inclusive of people with disabilities. Also, I highly recommend getting familiar with your local laws or government laws about accessibility and reading WCAG recommendations, the current recommendation. It'll help you in the long run of getting an idea, not only what's being recommended, but also if you are breaking the law. I don't like that to be people's only motivation, but those laws exist for a reason to benefit people with disabilities. So if your company needs a motivator to be accessible because it's complying with the law, then that can help. Also, everyone's journey looks different. Getting started on yours, don't feel like you have to follow exactly what I did. Again, just getting started is wonderful, and you have something to contribute to the web. You can make the web a better place as who you are and from your own experiences and background and the learning that you do. So don't worry about mimicking mine exactly. You'll find your way if you're interested and motivated to do it. And my last encouragement is just keep on learning. Anyone who's into coding, web design, web development, you know that you're never done. In that field, a lot of things feel like they're always changing, being updated, improving. Sometimes there are setbacks. The same as with web accessibility. You know, the newer technologies can improve experiences of people with disabilities that you might want to leverage that. Or sometimes they can create setbacks for people who use assistive technology, and you need to be aware of that. So just constantly learning from people who have been doing this a while, learning from people with disabilities, just keep on learning because it'll make you a better web developer or designer. So I really wanted to share a lot of key resources to get you started, things that I found helpful either from my first round or second round, or even things that I'm continually finding online. Like I said, it's amazing and astounding the amount of resources available to you. So there's no excuse in 2020 to say there you can't find anything, because there's things out there and amazing things, and so many that I can't even list them all. But to get you started, that I feel like are good introductory for people who might not quite know all the recommendations, the lingo and such. WebAIM was a huge benefit to me. So webaim.org, they have a lot of articles that help you getting started on web accessibility and digital accessibility, even for documents and PDFs. and just covering all the different base things about accessibility. Also, you can't not look at the World Wide Web Consortium's Web Accessibility Initiative site. Their website and resources on there have improved vastly from even the 3 years ago when I started looking, and I had looked and said, oh, well, not only does it look kind of outdated, but I'm feeling like things are kind of disjointed and I'm not quite sure where to start on this site. Now it is beautiful, it's well organized. I feel like it targets exactly what I'm looking for. So if I need to look at testing, there it is. So it addresses the kind of the different audiences and approach from wherever you're coming from, whether you're leading a team, whether you're actually doing the coding yourself, it's there. And so I highly recommend visiting that source. They even give you a quick, like 5 things to look at on your site to get started about initial checks. So that I'm always recommending to people. The Ally project or accessibility project, A11Y project.com. They have a lot of different resources. So it's kind of like a site about resources. They tell you different people you might want to follow. So this is a good place to go to if you are on Twitter and you need help finding accessibility champions or experts. They also have articles on there addressing questions that people have had, whether it's about how does a screen reader react with this? What are some of the different behaviors of screen readers? What about color contrast? How is that like? And so a bunch of people, a community of people have put into that site all these different helpful resources. So I'd go there, and I think they're in the midst of a redesign, but everything is there right now, and it's still really good to hit. Also, Hayden Pickering has a site called Inclusive Components, and that, if you are coding custom components on your page that are dynamic, he gives a lot of different examples for how to create accessible tabs or whatever. He just kind of really dives into it, has code examples, discusses why it's accessible. So it's a really great site to hit, and that's fairly recent. I think he put that up in the past year. As I mentioned earlier, ID24 on YouTube, and also, of course, visit my site, 100daysofA11Y.com, because that's there meant for everybody to access and find other resources. If you're into reading books, there's some of those that I've looked through and still look back at for their usefulness and tips. There's Accessibility for Everyone, A Web for Everyone, Designing Accessible User Experiences, Inclusive Design, and Inclusive Components. And you can probably search those online. And I think I got most of mine through Amazon or the person's site. Tools. So getting started with some of these automated tooling things to point out where you're failing at. WebAIM has their Wave browser extension for Firefox or Chrome. So you can find that at wave.webaim.org. I use Firefox as my primary browser, so I'm using that extension all the time. It's just a page by page thing. It's not crawling your site, but it can bring out things that you might have missed. So they start pointing out errors or warnings of things that might be problematic. I feel like that it pops up a toolbar to the left and starts showing kind of the architecture of your site and what things are happening on there. And it explains in a layman's way that is very approachable. I've recommended this browser even for some of my coworkers who create content. I'm like, well, check your page yourself. It's really easy. You don't have to be a coder to do it. You just look and it'll say, hey, what's going on with your heading hierarchy? There's an H2, but there's not an H1. So to a heading level, but it all explains it in a good, easy to digest way. Also, for people who do the development of the site, you're probably familiar with the web dev tools built into the browser. Firefox and Chrome especially, I'm familiar with. So you can either do an audit on your site that will scan, oh, not your site, but your page. It does page by page and point out errors that might not pass WCAG. Also, it can help you really evaluate some of the elements on your page and inspect what's going on. So I'm always pulling that up for different reasons, and having a built-in accessibility checker is amazing. And that's been pretty recent the past few years too, having it as a built-in. There is a wide range of bookmarklets and extensions that you might need to just ask around. I feel like I'm not doing justice to trying to mention a few or a lot, because there are a lot out there, but some to note are there's some bookmarklets that will point out landmarks on your page. So one thing with helping people with screen readers is noting the HTML5 landmarks of whether header or main or navigation, footer, etc. And they can jump between those quite easily. And so this will point out how your landmark structure is. And if, then you can visually see, oh, I could probably add the main tag on, so I have that available. Also, a bookmarklet by Paul Adams that I recently discovered, and it's forces focus on the page. So when you are tabbing around and find you're having a hard time seeing the visual focus, this forces that focus so you can see where you're at. And then you can resolve that problem of, oh, I'm here and obviously it doesn't have a visual focus, or I am not getting to this component at all, so let me fix that. So it just kind of brings those reminders. And there's another one that I've played with a little bit. It's a web developer toolbar, and it has like a whole mess of things all built in there. Of you can disable CSS to see how your page is structured rather than focus on styling. It does a bunch of other things that'll point out structures on your page and what's happening on your page, so you can focus on those. Also, the W3 validator, it's not necessarily an accessibility tool, but if you're running your page through that site, validator.w3.org, it brings out any kind of errors that you're making in HTML, and that can be half the battle right there. If you're not writing good HTML or not following the rules of the spec, that can break accessibility for people. And so having that look at your code can help fix problems that you didn't realize were going to be there, that maybe the accessibility checker isn't picking out for you. Another one is, I'm a checklist person. And so I like to pass on the idea of a checklist. It's really hard to remember, for me even, all of the WCAG principles and success criteria especially. And so WebAIM made a nice checklist that's more broken down into the concepts. It's not really technical, and it kind of lets you go through to see, like, do you have, is this happening? Is this happening? Is this happening? Okay. And so it can be a very good starting tool for people, because then it familiarizes you with the way that you need to design and develop your site to make it accessible. And so it's more approachable to me than just going to the WCAG site and reading all the documentations or even a quick reference. There's still a lot going on there. Also, resources online. Join conversations that are happening. I can't reiterate enough to just talk to other people and get those conversations going, asking questions. So my two places to go, and I know they're not the only ones, but just what I'm familiar with, is Twitter. Typing in the hashtag A11Y, you'd be amazed of some of the conversations going on, things that people are concerned about, questions that they have, answers that they're giving. So it's pretty good. And sometimes you can start finding other accessibility allies through that, because people will put that hashtag into their profile. Also, there's an A11Y Slack group. It is only joinable by request for invites. I think when they first opened it, it was just for anybody to join, but now you've got to have somebody who's in the group invite you to kind of regulate how that happens. But I've invited a few people myself, probably 5 or 6, who expressed a deep interest in accessibility after reading my journey. And so come on in. They have so many channels to cover many topics, whether it's about WCAG or whether it's about patterns on the web, whether it's just general questions. I think recently somebody started a study group on there for certification. Something like that had been around when I was even doing mine, because it wasn't. And now more people are asking about it and trying to get together to study together. So that's a good spot to come in and join. So that's all of my presentation. I do like to meet other people interested in accessibility. So say hello. You can find me on Twitter at Click2Carney or on LinkedIn. Or of course you can go by contact of my 100daysofA11Y.com.
Thank you, Amy. So guys, if anyone has any questions, Shweta, could you monitor the YouTube stream once?
Yes, so there is no question. People are appreciating Emmy. Uh, this session was quite impressive. So,
I see them. Amy, you might want to go and read the. Yeah, Amy, you should read that.
there is one question I have got from Kumar in under Q&A. What would be long-term goal for A11Y specialists to survive in the current market scenario? Or
oh
in
my goodness.
overall, it's really a great question.
It is a very good question, because I think I ask myself that sometimes too. I guess the best advice I can give is keep learning. So keep keeping up with the conversations today, keeping up with the ideas, looking at what current accessibility specialist jobs are looking for. So, because that's just the way I would approach even a programmer job. And so ask other accessibility specialists who have that title what they feel like is important to know and to stay relevant in the accessibility field. I feel like it's out there. I don't think starting this in 2017, I would have considered it a career. I don't think I would have thought you could make that a career or really be relevant and make a living off of that. And I think this past 2 years have really shown me, like, wow, there's a whole world of accessibility specialists out there. And so I think that the job itself is relevant and keeps going. And I think because of, in the US especially, you know, the Supreme Court at the federal level is constantly dealing with violation of whether it's ADA or something that a person with disabilities is bringing up to the courts and saying, hey, I could not get on this website and I have rights here. And so a lawsuit is there. So they're dealing with so many. I feel like there's plenty of space for accessibility specialists. And yeah, I feel like certification helped me from somebody not really starting out in that realm and will make me valuable in that. But I don't think that every organization or company is going to necessarily look for certified. I think they want to see what kind of practices you've put, what kind of experience you have. So implementing that on a daily basis in your current work can help you move towards that. And I hope that answered your question.
Thank you, Amy. There is one more question. So there is one request from Radhika Soni to add her in A11Y Slack group. And another question from her is, how technical is WAS certification? Do we need to learn HTML, CSS, and JavaScript all?
Yeah, that's a good question. And if you'll also find me either through my contact form or Twitter with your email, I can add you to the Slack group because that's what I need. And then for the technicality, yes, the WAS exam definitely is a technical thing. So I think that was part of the pull for me. And the motivation is I wanted to learn all the technicalities. I think that they even say that you need a base knowledge of web design or development because some of the topics that were covered did have to do with JavaScript because you need to learn or understand how web apps or dynamic content can break accessibility. So if you don't have that prior knowledge, you might not quite understand what's going on. So yes, it is very technical. CPAC is the non-technical one, which I think is why I struggled with it because I really liked the technical aspect and the more generalized organizational stuff was harder for me, oddly enough.
So they are even asking for your email address. It would be great if you can just ping in the chat.
I will, yeah, and I don't mind giving my Alaska one out. So
yeah.
Anyone else listening can be amy.carney, CARNEY @alaska.gov. Feel free to email me. Oh, and Twitter. that's click to Carney. So Carney is the CARNEY, and the click is CLICK, the number 2, and Carney.
Thank you so much, Amy, for your amazing session. Even I got motivated to fully committed myself, frankly speaking.
Good, do it.
I just need to do my certification, renew my certification for 2.1, and I really got motivated from you.
It's good to meet other people. We're all in this together, and we make the web better by doing it all together.
Yes. So over to you, Raghava.
Thank you, Amy. Really appreciate it.
You're welcome.
So I think we are done for the day. So the first helloA11Y meetup, we need to wrap up. So so before I wrap up, I would like to thank everyone who joined for the live on YouTube and Zoom and on other platforms. And I want to thank, so the first thanks goes to HasGeek, HasGeek.com, the platform, and the team at HasGeek. Zaina Bawa really helped me understand what it is like to run a meetup, organize one, continuously teaching me like how to organize things and all. And thanks to Amog, I think Amog is the audio and the video guy behind this live stream and the Zoom, and he helped, I was pestering him for Zoom details, and also he set up everything. He made sure everything ran smoothly today. So thanks to Amog, and thanks to Aditya Sujit. He is a engineering student, third-year engineering student, and he helped me with the website, putting up the content, making notes on Google Sheets, sending them, and he is live tweeting as we speak. He is live tweeting the conference on helloA11Y Twitter handle, and thanks to Rish Tota and his team for live tweeting the event, and thanks you to Shweta, for moderating. I reached out to Shweta last night saying that, hey Shweta, I want you to moderate. I did not ask, will you moderate? I just said, Shweta, I want you to moderate.
Thank you so much, Raghava, for this opportunity. I can do anything you just ask me. I'll be always there for you.
It's fun, guys. So we'll be doing continuously monthly meetups going forward. We'll be having more discussion, virtual discussion panels and all. So keep in touch with us through our Facebook page, facebook.com/hello11y. Shweta, maybe you want to send them in Zoom and the YouTube chat, and twitter.com/hello11y. And we have a WhatsApp group. People who ever want to join WhatsApp, reach out to me or Shweta, and we'll add you to the WhatsApp group. We have like close to 150 members right now on the WhatsApp group. That's all for today. Have a good evening. Bye-bye, and happy Global Accessibility 2020.
Thank you so much, Raghava.
Oh, I forgot to say thanks to Satish. Satish was the person
Yes.
who put the content behind the content for the website, the emails that you received and all that. So huge thanks goes out to Satish also.
Thank you so much, guys. Thank you everyone for joining this. I request HasGeek team, please share me the recordings. There are people who are asking for the recordings as well.
That will be
And
done. That will be done. We'll be putting transcript and captions. So once the captions and transcripts are in place, we'll upload them back to the helloA11Y channel also. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Have a great day.